Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision for our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and a love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision reality, inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, votes and proceedings. 5th August. Page 1. Page 2. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. 13. Page 14. Yes, Honorable President.
Mr. Speaker, page 13, the majority leader's amendment, which he further corrected yesterday, we indicated to the table to be guided by clause 8 of the registration of births and deaths bill. Now, wherever you have, you will have deaths before fetal death. So the three must go together. It cannot just be births and fetal deaths. You must have births, deaths, and fetal deaths, and it should be consistent throughout. Now, you think
Yes, the table office.
Okay, then correct me, but for consistency, it cannot just be BEPS. Yes, that's what happened. He raised it, yes.
Thank you very much. Give all of this accordingly. Page 14. Page 14. 15. 16. Page 17. 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. 22. 23. 24. Page 25. Page 26. 27. 28. 29, page 30, page 31, 32, 33, page 34, page 35, page 36, page 37, page 38, page 39, page 40, page 41. The votes and proceedings, as read and corrected, are hereby admitted as true record of the proceedings. Official report. First May. Any corrections, please? Official report, 1st May. Any corrections? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of 1st May, hereby admitted as true record of the proceedings. Official report, 23rd July. Honorable members, any corrections, please? Official report, 23rd July. In the absence of any corrections, the report is accordingly admitted as true record of the proceedings. Item listed 3 questions. Honorable Minister for Energy, is the Honorable Minister for Energy in the House? Honorable Minister for Energy, if we kindly take the appropriate seat. Honorable Mr. Much, because the day is actually yours. We will not have had for anything to do. And honorable members, main question, one supplementary, so that you can take all these, as we agreed upon yesterday. Question star 761. Honorable Member for Nsom Adwaji.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy what the ministry has done by way of investment in renewable energy for the past 1 year. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Minister, your question. Order. Honorable Minister, your answer, please. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, the government has taken steps to address the challenges inherited within the renewable energy sector. Key among this were the numerous renewable energy PPAs that were signed of 2,265 megawatts at an average rate of 19 kilowatt hour and as high as 31 kilowatt hour cents. This, Mr. Speaker, was far in excess of what the network can contain. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the PPAs that were signed, some of the tariffs are as high as 31 cents per kilowatt hour, more than 2 times the average tariff. For instance, Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, between 2015 and 2016, over 2,600 megawatts of renewable energy were signed. In October 2016, 20 megawatts were signed. In 2014, 1,000 megawatts were signed. In March 2016, 20 megawatts were signed. In September 2013, 100 megawatts were signed. In June 2013, 400 megawatts were signed. In October 2014, 200 megawatts were signed. In July 2012, 50 megawatts were signed. In July 2014, 20 megawatts. In July 2015, 60 megawatts were signed. In July 2015, again, 150 megawatts signed. In May 2016, 50 megawatts were signed. In August 2016, 20 megawatts were signed. In December 2015, 20 megawatts were signed. In July 2015, 20 megawatts was again signed. And in December 2015, another 60 megawatts was signed. Mr. Speaker, the following actions were therefore undertaken to correct the imbalances in the investment within the renewable energy through the involvement of the IPPs. We began a process to review all the PPAs and reduce their capacities from 2,265 megawatts to 550 megawatts, which could be accommodated within the network. Mr. Speaker, prices were also renegotiated and reduced from an average of 19 kilowatt cents to about 12 kilowatt cents per hour. Further engagement with scheduled PPAs is currently ongoing to achieve tariffs far below 10 cents, which the ministry's ultimate goal is to reduce the tariff to 10 cents. Mr. Speaker, we have also developed a renewable energy master plan, which clearly provided the capacity and investment required on a yearly basis. We have put a moratorium on new PPAs until 515 megawatts, which was signed previously, to achieve the total renewable that's needed within the grid. Mr. Speaker, we also provided for competitive bidding of renewable energy projects with focus on utility-scale solar power plants. Besides, Mr. Speaker, we have also put in a construction of the first phase of the 17 megawatt solar park by Bay in Laura and Kaleo in Upper West region.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but if you may just keep standing. The Honorable Deputy Minority Leader is on his feet.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister seems to be reading a different, because since he started, I've been following him on the answer provided in the other paper. But, Mr. Speaker, he's not reading what we have in the other paper. So I don't know where he's getting that answer from. So I want to draw your attention to it.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I thought as much. If you can,
Thank you, Mr.
if
Speaker.
you can please restrict yourself to your answer as published in Hansard. And I'll please ask the table office to give the Honorable Minister a copy of our publication, so that we shall all be singing from the same hymn sheet. Order.
Mr. Speaker, some additional information came later on, which maybe I want to make the House.
But which unfortunately is not before this Honorable House. Unless, of course, you may want to seek permission after you've read what is on the other paper to add information which is not before us. But that's our procedure, please.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Read this one and then ask. Then everyone will know you are speaking outside the paper. Please continue, Honorable Minister.
Speaker.
You can read this. We put it in a supplementary.
No. Let me just read.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, I'll continue. The following actions were undertaken to correct the imbalances in the investment by the renewable energy IPPs. We began a process to review all the PPAs and reduce their capacities from 2,265 megawatts to 515 megawatts, which could be accommodated within the network. Price of kilowatt hours were also renegotiated and reduced from an average of 19 cents per kilowatt hour to 12 cents per kilowatt hour. Further engagement, Mr. Speaker, were scheduled with PPAs is currently ongoing to achieve tariffs below 10 cents per kilowatt hour, which is the ministry's ultimate goal. We've developed a renewable energy master plan which clearly provided the capacity investment required on yearly basis. Mr. Speaker, put in a moratorium on new PPAs until the 515 megawatt signed PPAs have been executed. Mr. Speaker, we provided for competitive bidding of renewable energy projects with focus on utility-scale solar power plants. Mr. Speaker, besides investment by the IPPs in the renewable energy sector, the Ministry of Energy also facilitated investment by government in the areas. 1. Construction of the first phase of 17 megawatt solar parks by VRA in Laura and Kaleo in Upper West region at a cost of $25.3 million. Work is about 40% complete. Mr. Speaker, discussion ongoing between the government, VRA, and KWF of Germany for additional financing for another 17 megawatts, bringing the total capacity to 34 megawatts. Mr. Speaker, Parliament approved the construction of Polugu multipurpose hybrid 50 megawatts solar, 60 megawatts hydro project, and sod was cut in December 2019. Preliminary construction activities are currently ongoing. Construction of the first phase of 50 megawatt solar PV plant to be hybridized with the 400 megawatts BPA hydropower plant has also commenced, Mr. Speaker. The total cost of this project is $48 million, with 10 megawatts expected to be connected to the network by the end of this quarter. The remaining 40 megawatts expected to be completed in November 2020. Mr. Speaker, government intends to have institutions such as ministries, departments, and agencies integrate solar in their main buildings to reduce their high electricity bills. To this And the Ministry of Energy in 2019 added another 60 kilowatt peak of solar PV to its existing 50 kilowatt peak. In addition, the ministry has also awarded contract for the construction of 912 kilowatt peak solar plant to supply about 60% of its total demand at the Jubilee House. The EPC construction is currently being carried out through SIL SPS, a wholly owned company, and work is currently at 70% complete. This project, Mr. Speaker, will be commissioned by December 2020. Government, again, Mr. Speaker, has also signed an agreement with Germany to form partnership in the area of renewable energy and energy efficiency to the tune of 100 million euro. This partnership will contribute to increasing the contributions of renewable energy in the generation mix through embedded generations and productive uses. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Energy has also advanced the development of $320 million scaling up renewable energy programs being funded by Climate Investment Fund, the Swiss government, African Development Bank and ADF 15, and the government of Ghana. The project is in the CIF SIL pipeline, and full implementation provide electricity access to over 700 unelectrified inhabitants in some of the most deprived community countries. Mr. Speaker, last year, the government signed the agreement with the Climate Change Center of South Korea for implementation of the local productions and distribution of 500,000 improved cook stoves nationwide. The project has commenced, and the first batch of 20,000 stoves have been successfully produced by the local artisans. The ministry has expanded and heavily subsidized solar lantern distribution program. In 2019, contracts again were signed for the supply of 80,000 units of solar lanterns, and the first phase of the 30,000 units has already been delivered to the ministry, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable, your supplementary, if any.
Thank you, sir. Speaker, with your kindness, let me quotation from the minister's
Honorable,
answer.
please go ahead and ask a question.
Mr. Speaker, paragraph B, the minister's answers mentioned imbalance in investment by renewable energy IPPs. My question is simple. Can the minister apprise us what he inherited from his predecessor that he described as an imbalance in investment by renewable energy IPPs?
Honorable Minister, your imbalance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By the imbalances in the renewable IPP simply means the overcapacities of renewables that we have inherited. Mr. Speaker, the imbalances have both with the capacity charges and also with the capacity itself. As I stated earlier on, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I'll just take you through some of the renewables that were signed just between 2013, 2015, and 2016, totaling up to 2,665 megawatts. These 2,665 megawatts create the imbalances within the system. For example, Mr. Speaker, in October 2016, 20 megawatts was signed. Mr. Speaker, in July 2014, another 1,000 megawatts again was signed. Mr. Speaker, in March 2016, 20 megawatts of renewable. Mr. Speaker, in September 2013, 150 megawatts was signed. Mr. Speaker, this renewable was signed with prices ranging from 19 cents per kilowatt hour to 31 cents per kilowatt hour. This creates the imbalance in the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, with paragraph D of...
We are finished. Question star 762. Honorable member for Bole Bamboy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy on behalf of the Honorable Yusuf Suleimana, MP for Bole Bamboy, when the following communities will be connected to the national electricity grid: Babatu, Chiriyu, Bampewa, Dugli, Badago, and Tamban.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Is it safe?
Honorable, if you kindly read from our yellow,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
the yellow book.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Babatu, Chibrayo, Bampewa, Dugli, Agbadago, and Temban do not form part of any of the ongoing projects currently being executed by the Ministry of Energy. The communities have been noted and will be considered in the subsequent phase of the election project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable, your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, will the Honorable Minister be kind enough to tell us timelines for what he terms subsequent phase?
Honorable Minister, the timelines.
Mr. Speaker, we are currently receiving new bids from prospective investors for the ongoing electrification project. Those bids will be evaluated in terms of the attempt sheet, which will be submitted to Cabinet for approval and will be brought to this very House for continuation. The timeline cannot exactly be stated, but I'll come back to the same House when Cabinet approve the such term sheets for subsequent submission to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Question star 763. Oliver.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have his permission to ask on his behalf.
You proceed.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, to ask the Minister of Energy what steps are being taken by the Volta River Authority to remove aquatic weeds from the lower Volta Basin and to dredge some parts to prevent the breeding of snails, of small snails, causing river blindness in the area. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Volta River Authority currently has adopted various strategies to deal with the menace of aquatic weeds and its socio-economic challenges, as well as the related health implications regarding bilharzia infestations in the lower Volta area, which is a disease affecting the area, but not river blindness. Mr. Speaker, the lower Volta area stretches from Akuse to the estuary at Adan. The strategies currently being adopted, Mr. Speaker, as follows: community-level shoreline and offshore aquatic clearing, private-public partnership program for aquatic weed and sand dredging, schistosomiasis control program, provisions of water and toilet-related infrastructure, utilizations of drones technologies to monitor aquatic weeds invasions, and collaborative research into aquatic weeds management are some of the current strategies being adopted by the authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the strategies listed by the Minister are not to be working. Will he consider reviewing the strategy to workable ones since the menace is still on the increase? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Volta River Authority has put in an evaluation and monitoring mechanism to evaluate these strategies. I'm quite surprised to hear for the first time these strategies are not working as being said by the Honorable Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we'll go back and redo evaluations and at appropriate time get back to the House to give justifications for those strategies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. Question star 764, Honorable Member for Adaku.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to ask the Honorable Minister for Energy. How much was set in relation to street lights as shown on customer bills in 2018 and 2019, and how this amount was utilized?
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in line with the first schedule of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2017, Act 946, which relates to public lighting levy, 3% per price of kilowatt hour of electricity shall be charged all categories of customers. Mr. Speaker, the purpose is to support payment of energy consumed by traffic lights, street lights, public lights on these, and also to support investment and maintenance of traffic lights, street lights, public lights on highway, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, such levies shall be collected by Electricity Company of Ghana, NEDCO, VRA, and other supply electricity, and shall be paid to the ministry responsible for power electricity distribution companies. Mr. Speaker, 18, an amount of 134,266,105.81 cedis was collected by ECG, VRA, and NEDCO. An amount of 38,388,702.50 was paid to the Ministry of Energy, out of which 21,863,937 cedis was utilized by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, similarly, in 2019, an amount of 139,610,716.35 cedis was collected by ECG, VRA, NEDCO, and an amount of 44,847,25.92 cedis was transferred to the Ministry of Energy, out of which 42,598,659.56 was utilized by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, in summary, a total of 273,876,832.16 was collected by ECG and NEDCO for the intended purposes as indicated in the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2017, Act 9 for 2018 and 2019. Whilst a total amount of 83,235,728.49 was transferred to the Ministry, a total amount of 46,462,596.56 was utilized by the Ministry of Energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister for providing the answers. Mr. Speaker, may I ask what accounted for the Ministry's inability to utilize all the monies collected and allocated to the Ministry, knowing the streetlight deficit in the country? It's about 18 million, which was allocated to the Ministry, but which was not utilized to the answers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the inability for the utilization is as a result of the timing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Question star 65. Question star 75. Honorable member for Ahafo. No order.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I would like to withdraw the question on the basis that events on the ground has actually overtaken the question. Currently, through the instrumentality of the minister, 22 communities in my constituency of Afano North have been listed and for rural electrification project to be extended to them. Some construction work has already started, and I want to take this opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to thank the minister and then the His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo for his sterling leadership.
Honorable, you are making a statement.
For his sterling leadership that has extended development to my constituency. Very grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, your answer. Honorable Minister, there's no answer. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I believe there are two more questions for the minister to answer. 766 and 767.
Star 766 is being waited for.
The member who got up on account of question 765, the Speaker, he has declined to ask the question. He says already progress is being made on the question that he had intended to make. So he's withdrawn his question. So now we have 766 and 767 to be asked by honorable members.
Question star 766. If the owner of a question chooses to abandon his pathway, we proceed. Question star 766. Honorable member for Wasa East. We have a balance owner of a question. It is his or her time. The honorable member for Wasa East. Yes, please. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I have the authority from my colleague to ask the question on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Energy when the following communities in the Wasa East constituency will be connected to the national electricity grid. A. Awiadaso 1, 2, 3. B. Akrofi. C. Amankesiase. D. Bethlehem. E. Badago 1 and 2. Afag 1 and 2. F. Patawumso. G. Asratuase 1 and 2. H. Musumkwa. I. Nambechere. J. Kwafu. And K. Ahumkwamo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your question, please. Order. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will show 1, 2, and 3 communities, Akrofi, Amankasese, Bethlehem, Badago 1 and 2, Patawumso, Asratuase 1 and 2, Musumkwa, Nyamibechre, Wafo Krom, and Ahumkwama communities form part of the Chenki Rural Electrification Project. Affected communities in Ashanti, Bronahafo, Eastern Region, Volta, and Western Region Phase 2 under the 97 million US ICB credit facility being executed by China International Water and Electric Corporation. Mr. Speaker, this project has suffered some delays owing to the impact of COVID-19 on financial services in the People's Republic of China. We envisage, Mr. Speaker, the finalization and execution of the loan agreement by the end of this month, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable. Submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the answer provided by Minister, today is 6th of August 2020. Can the Minister assure the House that works will commence by the end of this year, now that the world has accepted to live with COVID-19 pandemic?
Honorable, assurance, please.
The execution of this project is a major government, and I can assure the honourable member that we are in talk with the contractor, and as stated earlier on, work will commence by the close of this month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Question star 767.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when the Store Plateau Area Well Rectification Project in the Wasa East constituency will resume.
Minister, a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Plateau number 1 and number 2 areas form part of the Tenki Rural Electrification Project for selected communities under the 350 million US Exim Credit Facility being executed by MS Worldy Lemont and Associates International. Mr. Speaker, installation covering high voltage, low voltage, and transformer substations works in these communities have been completed, leaving only customer service connection, which include meter installations. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana is presently carrying out registration of potential customers in those communities, following which the list will be forwarded to the contractor to install these meters. Mr. Speaker, we envisage that the registration exercise will be completed before the end of August 2020 to allow the project contractor to install the meters by September 20. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable. Last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this question was filed last year. So from the answer provided, it is true that work is ongoing. But Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister about key communities have been left out from the project. So I want to find out from the Minister if there are plans to connect those communities to the national grid.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Government agenda is electricity coverage by 90% by our second term in office. Yes, eventually, those communities will be covered. 4 more for Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And we appreciate your coming to this morning to answer our questions. You are respectfully discharged. Statements. Item 34. The Honorable Minister for Health will make a statement on COVID-19 current situation. There will be a comment from one each from each side after the briefing. It's not going to be a long. The leaders must decide who will speak on each side so that we proceed. Honorable Minister, you may proceed. After that, one from each side, as the leaders may decide, including leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make this statement on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Health. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to update the House on Ghana's COVID-19 situation. Mr. Speaker, as at 2nd of August 2020, Ghana had an active case of 3,313. And Mr. Speaker, I just received the latest update. As at 3rd August 2020, our active case count has dropped to 3,059. This number represents the number of people with the disease now that have the capability to spread the virus. Total recovery stood at 36,384, which is 92% of the total cases of 39,602. Mr. Speaker, the goal of government is to get the active case count in the decline to the barest minimum within the shortest possible time. Right Honorable Speaker, government's policy of tracing, testing and treating still holds, with over 405,000 tests conducted in country. Ghana's testing regime remains one of the most desired on the African continent, standing at 13,036 tests per million of its population. This compares to the 1,400 of Nigeria, the 6,937 of Japan, the 3,920 of Ivory Coast, and the 1,965 of Angola, all per million of population. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has sadly recorded 199 related deaths, with majority of these deaths having a history of comorbidities contributing to the death. The 0.5 mortality rate in Ghana's COVID-19 statistics continues to be one of the lowest globally. These statistics notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative to preach compliance to COVID-19 protocols, since every single death means everything to the bereaved, and for that matter, Ghana. Our beloved country needs its citizens alive, and hence the need to protect ourselves and not resort to reckless behavior. Government will continue to work with all stakeholders, including the Ghana Medical Association, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists, and the Health Service Workers Union, to ensure adequate supply of PPE levels. Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God, most of the COVID-19 cases reported in our senior high schools have recovered and are back to school, and in fact taking part in the West African Senior Secondary Certificate Examination, WASI exam. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the health workers who took care of these cases, who, though asymptomatic or mildly ill, required close monitoring and supportive care to expedite recovery and ensure reintegration back to school. Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God and the interventions of government, ministries and agencies, mainly ministries of education and health, no COVID-19 related death has been recorded in our senior high schools. We trust that by the grace of the Almighty and arrangements put in place by the Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Health would help steer us in the schools to a successful completion of the examinations. On behalf of His Excellency the President, the Speaker of this House, and the entire nation, I wish the students the best of luck as they write their exams. It is my hope that we as a people would continue to live responsibly, observing all COVID-19 laws and learning to live healthy lives that guarantee robust, potent immune systems. The time to know our blood pressure reading, blood sugar levels, and other vital options is now, especially when the overall state of one's health has a role to play in one's survival chances should the virus be contracted. Fellow members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I have an abiding faith that this government, with this government support, responsible individual behavior, and the mercies of Allah, these two shall pass sooner than later. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. There will be a comment from one from each side. Leaders kindly assist.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you to the maker of the statement, the Honorable Dr. Okoboy. Mr. Speaker, the issue that we are confronted with as far as COVID-19 is concerned cannot be belabored. We need constantly to talk about COVID-19. We need constantly to remind ourselves of the protocols so that we prevent its spread. Speaker, as we hear from the international media, there is a second wave, and this second wave seems to be more virulent than what we see in the first wave. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we continue to enforce confinement and protection so we reduce the impact of the current situation we find ourselves in. Mr. Speaker, some of the vulnerable groups, we have not been able to properly support them in the fight against COVID-19. We have a lot of active disabled people, and as we saw the registration, most of these people cannot afford to come with a mask. Yet most people are active in our various communities. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we highlight these persons and ensure that we provide them with the masks that they require. Mr. Speaker, we know that the economy has become so difficult, and that for some people, 2 cedis is huge money. It is important that we take note of such vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, what we also have to note is to reduce congregating, even wearing the mask in groups of more than 200, 300 is not a safe situation. And for that matter, we should, as much as possible, do things in environments where persons are very few, and we do not encourage large congregations. Mr. Speaker, we need to do this because COVID-19 is real, is serious, and the consequences are devastating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. Side one. Yes, Honorable Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me use this opportunity to thank the Minister for Health for his hard work, especially in this COVID pandemic. And also, let me thank my President for taking these steps to stem this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, when the President speaks, it's like an adjunct professor of public health. When he speaks like somebody who is knowledgeable in this area, and of course we know his area of expertise. But I say that because he has imbibed all these things, it has been very, very easy for him to grasp the concepts, and especially with regard to contact tracing and testing, because that has been the firewall, so to speak, that we have used to stem this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank our frontline workers. They did a very marvelous job. At the very beginning of the epidemic, some people said Ghana has a weak system. I always said that we have a strong public health system, and that is what has helped us all this far. Mr. Speaker, we have used this very robust public health system to fight measles, fight pertussis, otherwise known as pertussis, where who has the common, and we use it to roll back HIV/AIDS. We've used to fight tuberculosis. But Ghanaians, by and large, do not know that we have a very, very robust public health system. And that is what has sued us in this, these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, we be steady. The figures that the minister has quoted means that at the very least, the most important parameters are not the cumulative figures, but the number of active cases, and then followed perhaps by the new cases, and then also the deaths. The number of active cases a derivative, which means that the number of the cases minus the deaths and plus those who have been treated and discharged. The new cases are primary data, so we should focus on them. We should focus on the number of active cases and then the mortality. So we should get the interpretation correct. We should educate our public that they focus on these three parameters. That is what will give a true picture of what is happening as far as the corona or the COVID-19 front is concerned. I want to say that we are holding on our own, and I will urge especially my colleagues, doctors and scientists to publish, because notice that we have a lot of experience in this arena that we publish and do even operational research even as we live with the pandemic, so that we can demonstrate to the whole world that we can also contribute to the body of knowledge that is out there to help us. So, Speaker, before I take it, let me also say that we should not make the mistake of going into the getting into the idea that we have a handle on COVID and that we are going to let down. The populace should be schooled or to be educated that first place is to isolate yourself from your friends, your colleagues, your family. In other words, keep your distance, social and physical. And if inevitably you have to be in crisis situations, for heaven's sake, put on your nose mask or your mask so that we do not spread fomites or droplets, because that is the main mode of transmission. And then finally, I believe that this shall pass. In the old language, we can say it in Latin and say quid quoque trans, which means this too shall pass. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Doctor. I do not know whether the Honorable Minister may want to make a couple of concluding remarks. You may, if you choose.
Mr. Speaker, let me just add that we are still committed to the tracing, the testing and treating, and we believe that if we continue on this path, our mortalities will come to the barest minimum, our active cases will always get closer to zero, and then lastly, the level of sick people will also be down. We still encourage citizens to observe the protocols. That is what we have now, and evidence has shown that when you wear your mask and keep the distance, you can avoid the virus. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for attending to the House and briefing us on this important matter. A statement by Honorable Agaga on the demise of Honorable Azantilo, former Member of Parliament of the Bulsa North constituency. After that,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One from each side, including leadership.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have the unpleasant duty to inform you and this Honorable House about the demise of Honorable Sylvester Ateteng Azantolo, which sad event occurred on the 20th of July 2020 at the police hospital here in Accra. Honorable Azantinlo was born 30th December 1950 in Sandema to the legendary NAB Dr. Ayeta Azantinlo, the Sandem NAB of blessed memory, and Madame Achampok Azantinlo. Honorable Sylvester Azantinlo attended the Ayeta Primary and Middle Schools in Sandema. He obtained the Middle School Living Certificate in 1963. He later attended the Notre Dame Seminary and Secondary School in Navrongo, obtaining the O-level and A-level in 1968 and 1970 respectively. In 1995, he obtained a master's degree in public administration from the Ghana Institute of Management, GIMPA. After completing his A-level, Sylvester joined the then Meat Marketing Board in 1973 and was stationed in Paga in the Upper East region, where he worked until 1989. Sylvester was a politician. He joined the Consultative Assembly in 1990 and contributed to the draft of the 1992 Constitution. When the country was returned to party democracy in 1992, Sylvester was elected Member of Parliament to represent the good people of the Busa North constituency, a position held until 1996. In Parliament, Honorable Azantinlo served on the Youth, Sports and Culture Committee, the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation, Committee of Selection, Committee on Foreign Affairs, and the Committee on Defense, of which he was the Vice Chairman. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Sylvester Azantinlo was very eloquent on the floor of Parliament. He made very useful contributions to several statements read on the floor of this House. He also actively participated in several debates on government financial policy, the President's message on the state of the nation, etc. One important contribution Honorable Azantinlo made in the House was in respect of a statement by Honorable John Tia, the member for Talensi at the time, on, quote, drought in the Upper East region, unquote. At column 1444 of the 22nd July 1994 edition of the official report of Parliament, Azantinlo argued as follows, quote, Mr. Speaker, another issue we have to look into is the issue of afforestation. Whilst the Western region has to grapple with excessive rains each year because of favorable climatic conditions, we continue to suffer because of the southward drift of the Sahara. Yet, we continue to cut our trees for firewood and charcoal burning without replacing them. I would like to reiterate my call to the Department of Forestry not to release any of our forest reserves henceforth to anybody for the cultivation of new farms. I would also like to call district assemblies in the north to pass a bylaw which should make it mandatory for every electoral area to woodlots, unquote. Honorable Azantinlo again made a very interesting argument in support of the Public Holiday Amendment Bill, which birthed the Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr public holidays now observed in our country. At column 1464 of the 26th July 1994 edition of the official report of Parliament, Honorable Azantinlo submitted as follows, quote, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we have established English and Arabic schools, thereby fusing the teachings of Islam into the normal curriculum in these schools, underscores the importance we have given to the Islamic religion. I am a Roman Catholic, having a minor seminary for 5 years, but as is contained in Article 26, Clause 1 of the Constitution, under the chapter on fundamental human rights and freedoms, we are all enjoined as Ghanaians to give recognition to the religious rights and freedoms of our brothers who are Muslims and who, as has been pointed out in the committee's report, form a good percentage of our population. I think that we can take inspiration from what the Indians have done. That is, by declaring the birthday of Prophet Muhammad a public holiday, even though India, predominantly a Hindu state, with land also recognizes Christian holidays, even though Sierra Leone is predominantly an Islamic state. Therefore, wish to support the bill and even to propose that we should in future also observe the feast of Eid al-Adha as a national public holiday, unquote. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Azantunlo, after leaving Parliament in 1996, was appointed as Deputy for Youth and Sports, where he worked diligently to expand and consolidate sports programs across the country. He also served as Deputy Coordinator of NADMO from 2009 to 2017. Honorable Azantunlo loved his family dearly and will spend a significant amount of time singing, entertaining, and teaching his children the history, values, and tradition of the Bulsa people, Buluk, and indeed Ghana has lost a patriot in Sylvester Azantunlo. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you very much. Minority contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, once again, one of our own is gone home to rest. Honorable Azantunlo, the Speaker, was a member of this House in the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that after the statement was read, very few members were on their feet to contribute because, Mr. Speaker, I believe as we sit in the chamber and now, nobody in this chamber met him in this chamber. If Honorable Alban Babin was to be around, or probably Honorable Collins Dauda, they are the only sitting members currently that have had the opportunity to work with him. But Mr. Speaker, like a house, we need to pick the traditions of other places that have served them well. Because I believe we need to have a place where every member that has passed through this chamber, probably since independence, the names are there so that you can make reference to. Well, Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, one day, equally, we will not be here, and it will have to take history to remember us. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the first British Speaker, is whispering that this was not a chamber at independence. Yes, but it was the Parliament of Ghana. I know it was at the old Parliament House where the shrine is today. But if we do that, I've seen an initiative which is very commendable, where we pasted the pictures of the leaders of the House in this Fourth Republic at the corridors here. And the one speakers block will also have the pictures of speakers. Let me take the opportunity to commend you, Mr. Speaker, initiative. When the whips were in Malaysia, it was surprising and very gratifying to notice that at the walls, as you move through corridors, are lists of MPs that have served in each parliament. Mr. Speaker, you could just see it as you move along, telling you the periods, and almost all, since they got independent, names were listed. Mr. Speaker, I think it's something we need to do. For our colleague who is gone home finally, the Speaker is 70 years old. And Mr. Speaker, one would have thought that with the advancement of medicine, 70 years young. But be it as it may, it's gone. We can only take this opportunity to console and empathize with the family and pray that they remain strong even at this critical period after the loss of their loved one. Mr. Speaker, he served
one thing in this house, and like the maker of the statement rightly said, he was a huge voice for his people, and he represented them fully. Subsequent to that, he has played other roles in government. The last that I remember was the Demo coordinator until January 2010, if I remember very well. So he's paid his dues to our dear country. Mr. Speaker, what I want to take this opportunity to remind all of us is what will we be remembered for when Saturday, which will definitely come one day, come on any of us. It reminds us to work very hard, to represent our people fully, to do the very best that we could, so that when we are gone, we will be remembered. Mr. Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to commend you that taking steps so that our clinic is open to former members of Parliament, even though if the drugs are not here, they will have to procure it themselves. I think it's a very to start with. And it's our prayer that the emolument committee, which I was very happy to be part of, to represent this house, when we met them, we raised it. And they seem to agree with us that at least the members should be able to get treatment from Parliament. So members who serve as members of Parliament representing their constituency, when they retire, if for nothing, they will know they can come back to Parliament and Parliament will take care of their medical bills. The Speaker, with this few comments, let me wish the family strength and pray that the soul, brother, Honorable late Azantulo, will rest in perfect peace. And I hope as many of us as possible will take time when the funeral comes to be there to bid him farewell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Majority, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the space to make a few remarks about our colleague, our former colleague who has transitioned. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Azantilo had worked as one of the members of the Consultative Assembly, wrote our 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in the lead up to that period, he had served as a DC in the PNDC regime. And then into the first parliament, he became a member of parliament, 1993 January to 1997 January. Speaker, he was replaced by a member from his own party. But because he registered strongly in the committees that he served in, that is youth and sports in particular, but also foreign affairs and defense and interior, the president at the time recognized his efforts, and between 1997 and 2001 January, he was made a deputy minister for youth and sports and served under the Honorable E.T. Mensah as his deputy. Speaker, I didn't meet him in Parliament, him in his capacity as the deputy minister for youth and sports. And I remember that on one occasion he came to respond to a question that had been filed with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. The Speaker, in those days, 1997, 2001, was not the ranking member for youth and sports, but was recognized as more or less the spokesperson, unofficially though, of youth and sport for the Mati time. And in that capacity, I got into close contact with the Honorable Azantino, who was the Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports at the time. The Speaker, he was a man who carried himself very well. He had poise, and he was good mannered. I didn't know until later on that he was from the royal family in Sandiman. The Speaker, it reflected really in his mannerisms. The Speaker, when the NDC lost power, of course he lost his deputy ministerial position, but after they came back to power in 2009, he was made the deputy coordinator for NADMO under Mr. Kofi Potofi. He acted effectively in that position until 2014. He was taken ill. However, the position was not filled, but he was really by and large not able to continue. However, the Speaker, he left the place, and he was not in the best of health ever since the period 2014 as I later left. The Speaker, our condolences to the family. May the good Lord grant him eternal rest. But also to notice that the Speaker, just like many of our colleagues who leave Parliament, I think this should strengthen the resolve of Parliament to engage the committees that are set up under Article 7 of the Constitution to institutionalize this pension scheme that we have been talking about. Because the years that he left, the difficulties of caring for one and his family affected him as well. And we need, the Speaker, to have a real look at this. Otherwise, we cannot leave our people to go out there and find it extremely difficult to take care of themselves. And many times, it leads to unfortunate ends. The Speaker, we are told the royal ceremony is just this Saturday. I want to believe that the Honourable Member of Parliament for the area who just made the statement, the Honourable Agaga, certainly will be going back. And if he will be going back, and if Parliament has to be represented, then perhaps they may even have to leave this evening or early tomorrow morning to the place. In consultation with the minority leader, we have agreed that the Honourable Rashid Pepu may have to get himself ready to join him, to join the Honourable Agaga to represent Parliament on the occasion. As I said, if they have to go, they have to leave maybe this evening or latest early tomorrow morning to the place. That when they get there, they would effectively represent the interests of Parliament as an institution. Speaker, bless his soul and give him eternal rest. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Majority Leader. Honourable members, shall we give a minute silence in due regard for the departed Honourable? May our departed colleague and all the faithful departed rest in perfect peace in God. Amen. At the commencement of public business, item listed 5, presentation of papers. 5 A. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is here with us. So I believe we can do the presentation of these papers on behalf of the Minister. Mr. Speaker, they are from Roman number 1 to Roman number 37, from pages 3 to 7. So I believe is there. So I believe the Minister could be allowed to do the presentation in box. If we're doing the presentation in box, and then the necessary referral will be made to the committee.
Honorable Minister, you may present all the papers collectively and I refer them to the appropriate committee. They have been well listed and we are all aware. I've got you a guide. No, but please, just for, yes, state it for the finality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully weigh together all the items on the item listed 5A with Roman number I to XXVII and stretching from pages 3 to 7. I beg to present accordingly.
Thank you very much. The papers have been duly laid as stated, and they are referred to but the anchor is lands. Honorable leaders, where do we place this one? There's mines and energy involved. There's also lands and forest, if you look at it. So where do you think we place these papers? I see lands and forestry as the anchor, with energy also involved. But well, leaders, please consult ourselves and then tell me something. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, these are mining leases. They are mining leases. So they should be going to the committee responsible for mines. They fall under the Ministry of Lands and Forestry, Lands and Natural Resources. So, Mr. Speaker, the Leadership Committee on Lands and Forestry could join, but the referral should go to the Mines and Energy Committee.
I can see minority that agree.
Speaker, I concur with the leader's suggestion to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Referred to the Ministry of the Committee on Mines and Energy with leadership of Lands and Mineral Natural Resources participating. Thank you very much. For consideration and report. B. I, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker,
Transport. Yes.
the Chairman for the Committee on Roads and Transport is not available, but the ranking member is. And the ranking member admitted to lay the documents, the papers on behalf of the committee.
B. I.
Reports of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the Design-Build Contract Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Department of Urban Roads, and Via Build Africa, for an amount of 65 million for the design and construction of Park Grant Interchange and other roads in Sekondi and Takoradi Township, Phase 1.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. Aye.
Reports of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the design-build contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Ghana Highway Authority, and Griner Engineering Ghana Limited, for an amount of €58,001,138.80 for the design and construction of 3 bridges on Sweet River at Ituri River, Ankobra, and Black Volta at Dipe.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to other members. Aye.
Reports of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Department of Urban Roads, and Jensen Bridgen International BV of Netherlands, for an amount of $28,518,000 for the construction of pedestrian bridges at hazardous locations in Ghana.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. C. Chairman of the Committee on Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice Chairman is available to lay the paper on behalf of the committee.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Reports of the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development on the African Union Charter on the values and principles of decentralization, local governance, and local development.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. Honorable Majority Chief Whip, item listed 6. Do we move from there?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the suspension of fiscal responsibility rules for the 2020 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report. The Speaker, section of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Act 982 of 2018, enjoins government to observe the following fiscal rules on annual basis. A. The overall fiscal balance on cash basis for a particular year shall not exceed a deficit of 5% of the gross domestic product for that year. And B. An annual positive primary balance shall be maintained. The Speaker, 982 also provides in section 3, sub 1, that the Minister for Finance may suspend the fiscal rules due to a force majeure or unforeseen economic circumstances or both. Mr. Speaker, during the presentation of the 2020 mid-year budget review on 24th July 2020, the Minister for Finance informed Parliament that he has suspended the fiscal rules in accordance with Section 3(1) of the Responsibility Act in paragraph 440 on page 89 of the mid-year review document in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, currently, and as required by Section 3(3) of the Act, the necessary documentation has been put before the House for approval for the suspension of the fiscal rules. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected virtually all countries of the world and every aspect of the Ghanaian economy. The pandemic has wreaked havoc on activities, created uncertainty, and weakened growth. Remittances have declined significantly, and there has been massive capital flight from low-income countries. Restaurants, hotels, bars, public transport businesses, factories, retailers, street vendors, educational institutions, informal sector workers, among others, have all been affected. The Speaker, households and businesses have equally been hard hit with significant job losses and reduced incomes. Further, government revenues have considerably declined, whilst its expenditure is rising. Mr. Speaker, the committee was also informed that given the impact of the pandemic, it was clear to the Minister for Finance that the fiscal rules of a deficit not exceeding 5% of GDP and a positive primary balance as enshrined in the Act were neither feasible nor attainable. Further, the committee was informed that efforts by government to contain the pandemic has resulted in an unanticipated increase in expenditure. This increase arose because government rolled out a series of interventions to control the spread of the disease and mitigate the socio-economic impact on households and businesses. First, the committee observed that the pandemic has adversely affected commodity prices in general and crude oil in particular. As at the time of preparing the 2020 budget, petroleum revenue was projected at $1.5 billion United States dollars. Due to the pandemic, expected petroleum revenue receipts have been revised downward to $660 million United States dollars. Plans of restoring the public finances of the country. The committee was informed that as part of efforts to restore the economy and return the country to the fiscal responsibility threshold of a deficit not exceeding 5% of GDP, positive primary balance by 2024, government is implementing a number of fiscal consolidation measures. Also, in order to achieve the goals of fiscal consolidation and restore the economy, there will be the need to mobilize additional revenue. Government also anticipates a recovery in crude oil prices above the revised 2020 projected average of $39.1 per barrel. On the expenditure, the non-occurrence of one-time expenditure items such as election-related expenditures, COVID-19 expenditures, energy sector IPP payments, and expenditure containment measures will also aid fiscal consolidation. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana program. The committee was informed that as part of efforts to transform the economy, government is implementing the Ghana COVID-19 Aviation and Restoration of Enterprises of Ghana Cares program. The Ghana Cares program is to be implemented in two phases. One, the stabilization phase, which runs from July to the end of the year 2020, and two, medium-term revitalization phase, which aims at accelerating the Ghana Beyond Aid economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that in compliance with Section 3.3 of the Act, the Ministry of Finance has prepared a quarterly breakdown of the revised target for the year 2020, which is given in Table 1 on page 9 of the report. Conclusion. The committee has observed that the COVID-19 pandemic and unforeseen economic condition has adversely affected every aspect of economic activity and created uncertainty as well as weakened economic growth. This has resulted in an expected deficit of 11% of GDP. In the startling statistics, the committee agrees with the finance minister that there is the need to set fiscal rules in accordance with Section 3.3, Section 3.1 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 982. Further, the committee is satisfied that issues precedent for granting approval for the suspension of the rules under Section 3.3 have been complied with. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the suspension of the fiscal responsibility rules for the 2020 financial year in accordance with the Constitution, Section 3 of Act 982 and the standing orders of the House. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable. After that, we'll have one from each side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second the motion that the House will suspend the fiscal responsibility rules for the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, before I move on to my submission, I want to refer the House to Art 982, Section 31, suspension of fiscal responsibility rules. 31 reads, the minister may suspend the fiscal responsibility rules due to a force majeure. Section 31, a force majeure or unforeseen economic circumstances, or both, including a natural disaster, public health epidemic, drought, or war, where a state of emergency has been declared by the President under Article 2 of the Constitution, meaning applicable in this circumstance. B, an unanticipated severe economic shock, including commodity price shocks, and C, periods where the gross domestic growth rate is 1% or less. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly the minister has been given flexibility under this section 31 to come to the House and seek our approval for the suspension of the rule so that the minister will not be censured. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, the critical part has to do with the plans of restoring public finances of the country. The minister is saying he has reduced the projected revenue from 67 billion to 53 billion. And then, on the other hand, expenditure has been increased from 85 billion to 97 billion. But if you check where we are spending this money, capital expenditure has been increased from 9.2 billion to 9.3 billion, a difference of about 66 million Ghana cedis. But if we come to goods and services, it is reduced from 8.3 billion to 7.7 billion. So clearly, the expenditure would not in any way prepare growth for the country. So the minister is telling us we should give up to 2024 to restore fiscal stability of this nation. If you look at the committee's report, the plans that the minister has provided to the House, that we can achieve this up to the end of 2024. But, Mr. Speaker, we should not create the impression that all is lost by this pandemic, that's COVID-19. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at gold prices picking up, so the financial institutions which have exposure with the mining companies are getting back the loans they granted to those institutions. So they are not doing bad at all. The telcos are in. They're also making profits. So if the minister is telling us they want to expand the tax net, they want to people to pay more taxes, so going forward, we can come back to the normal situation. We have to look at this aspect of our economy. We cannot thinking to one side, saying all is lost. COVID-19 has also presented to us some positive aspect of it. Now people are doing virtual concerts. People are doing a lot of programs online. They are spending more money through internet than before. So the question is, do we have any telcos that is giving us this kind of revenue? Because they pay taxes to the state. So we need to diversify our economy and make sure that going forward, we can't rely solely on other sectors of the economy, which will not give us anything in return. So, Mr. Speaker, since the law has given the minister a leeway to operate, my advice to the minister is that let's pay to the rules. Let's make sure that the recovery plan will work to expectation, so that maybe by 2022 we can come back to normalcy, so that the economy can pick up, so that together we can work to make sure that we have a country to run. We can't rely on COVID-19 and cry that, oh, all is lost, so we'll not go back to work, or we can't put up that. We cannot do something to change the narratives. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Dr. Kutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this is the memorandum sent to Parliament, in my view, is one of the best memoranda that has been submitted to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if I were in my personal day, I'll be giving the Minister of Finance an A
for such a comprehensive response to the act. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that? Mr. Speaker, the act as read by my colleague allows the minister under section 3(1) the circumstances under which he may do the suspension. Mr. Speaker, at committee, my good friend, Honorable Inusa, brought our attention to the fact that he said at that time he thought that the minister was coming under section 1A. And let me read section 1A. Natural disaster, public health epidemic, drought. What is more important is that it also says that the president should have declared an emergency under Article 31 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we all know when the president brought the lockdown, he did not declare an emergency. So at that time, Honorable Yunusa said that legally we were on the wrong foot. And he got Honorable former Attorney General to threaten that he was going to call our chairman to the Privileges Committee for such a illegal faux pas. Mr. Speaker, clearly the minister is not coming under section 3(1)(a) because he knows. He's fully aware that the president did not declare emergency. However, under section 1B, I'm coming. It says an unanticipated severe economic shock, including commodity price shocks. If you read the paper, the minister has shown clearly. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to read the memorandum the minister sent to Parliament. If you read it and you still have difficulty in understanding, you may come to me, I will explain. But I know when people read this, they'll know that the minister has done a good job. The technical people who assisted the minister must be commended. So, Speaker, then if you go to 1, it says periods where the gross domestic product growth rate is 1% or less. So, Speaker, therefore, sections 3(1)(b) and (c), according to the minister, clearly tell us that he has the right to propose the suspension. As the chairman said, in reading in paragraph 440, he signaled that it has been suspended. The law says that within 30 days after that signal, he should come and explain to us why he did that. So, Speaker, go to section 3(3), which tells us what the minister must do. So, Speaker, if you read the minister's memo, it's very brilliant. He sets out all the factors under section 3(3)(a), (b), and (c). And that is what the committee is. Everything that the law requires that he should do, he has done. And I'm so impressed by this memorandum that I remind my colleagues that I think that they should read it again. They know what I'm talking about. The minister must be commended. So, Speaker, in proposing the suspension, he is also required to tell us how he's going to bring us back to stability. If the minister were God, he would tell us that, oh, by 2022, as some president somewhere is saying that COVID will be over. Nobody knows when COVID-19 is going to be over. In fact, the best experts that it's going to be around for a while, even when a vaccine is found. The degree of normalcy will change. As, for example, we are experiencing in Ghana that the degree of normalcy is not as bad as when you had a 21-day lockdown. But if you read around the other countries, so Speaker, Spain, recession, decline in economic growth, 13%. UK, US, 9%. The average in the EU is about 11%. And they are talking about economic recovery soon. Mr. Speaker, it is not going to be soon. In the last couple of days, the Director General, is it the Director General, whoever is the CEO of Ghana Statistical Board, has told us that about over 100 businesses closed down because wages were reduced. If you go to the hospitality industry, yesterday I heard their president on TV. They are really suffering. And the question is, it is not their fault. It was the president who decreed that there is a lockdown. Once he decreed that, economic activities by economic actors in some cases came to a halt. Even in the areas, the urban areas where the lockdown was, things were not the same, and they are not the same. So we all can, in fact, the Speaker, when I look at the statistics, unfortunately, we know what happened in the second quarter. But I was even surprised that we are able to retain a 0.9%. I was surprised if by the time we are through, we may also dip. We may also, I will not be surprised. Because these things are not difficult to restore just like that. If businesses are closing down, just to get their employees even back is going to be a problem. So I think that I agree with the minister that instead of telling us that we'll try and do it in a year or two, he should give himself as much time as possible. At least a 4-year. If it happens that we're able to do it much better, we will all be in good shape. But clearly, as the law requires, if you look at the page, as the law requires, between now and the end of the year, he's giving us the quarterly revisions. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure in December, the minister will have to come back to Parliament and report on the expenditure on account for the first 3 months of 2021. If he comes, by that time, he would have known what happened in the second quarter as to where the growth rate was. I would not be surprised if it turns out that even the 0.9 will be an overestimation. But I want to urge all my colleagues, as by law, the minister is required to demonstrate to us why he's suspending it. The thought of trying to censure the minister to leave everybody else's mind. I think on a sound legal basis, he's done the right thing. Let us support him so that the actions he takes will bring all of us back to normalcy. We don't want to get to the point where the minister will come back and say, oh, that he's recommending that the wages of members of parliament be reduced. It will not be very good for us. We should all be fine. I don't think the minister will want to come to us and tell us that. So let us do what we can to support him, particularly Kers or Batampa, minority leader, or Batam Boshe. We should support the minister in all what he's trying. What is going to be most important? It's not the fall in revenue of about 13 billion. That can come back slowly. But the expenditures, additional expenditure must be made to continue to fight COVID-19 is what all of us must care about. Right now, the budget of 11.896, I think is even on the... In America, Mr. Speaker, they have already spent $3 trillion, not billion, $3 trillion. And as I speak, they are arguing about another $3 trillion on the fiscal side. On the monetary side, the Central Bank of America is putting another $3 trillion. Clearly, we don't have that kind of money. So 11.896 billion, I think, may be enough for the rest of the year. As the minister said, that is the stabilization stage of the recovery. But next year is going to be even more important. He will need to
find resources, as we have currently done with the World Bank and IMF, to bring us back to the knowledge. Mr. Speaker, with all three words, I want to urge all colleagues to adopt the report of the committee so that the suspension of the fiscal rules is assured. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Seems that your words were not few. Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, let me thank you for...
Let's tackle the rest with brevity.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute for the adoption of the report of the on the suspension rules for the 20th year. And Mr. Speaker, to recognize that this Parliament, probably of that particular legislation, exercise a futuristic mind was for the law in Section 3 to provide for the anticipation of a public health emergency or other matters related to force majeure was to play that there are events in the world that none of us, including Parliament as an institution, has control over. That is why we can rely on it. The difficulty is that once the Minister is reporting a deficit of 4.1%, the IMF, in its latest report, is reporting 7.1%, adding the energy sector and the banking sector areas that have been paid. So our difficulty with COVID, but with the numbers that the IMF itself is sharing, must we accept the Minister for Finance numbers or what IMF have published of a 7.1% deficit? Mr. Speaker, let me refer to this report, and in particular, paragraph page 6. That's my difficulty. Now, Mr. Speaker, it requires that the Minister would have shared with us measures. Now, when you come and read measures in 6, it reads, reducing the fiscal from 11.4% of GDP in 2020 to 9.6% in 2021, 7.1% in 2022. Now, are these measures? No, they are not measures. You are only giving us a blueprint of where you aspire to. When we say measures, what are you going to do to stimulate the economy, to grow the economy to achieve this? So when you go and list this thing and come to us as Parliament as measures, they are not measures. Reducing GDP, you are giving yourself a limit to achieve, but how to achieve that reduction in GDP? You must give us an elaborate expenditure or revenue plan. Reduce expenditure, expanded revenue in order to be able to arrive at this. You go further, improve the primary balance. How are we going to improve the primary balance? What are we going to do? Maybe to expand exports and to imports in order to improve the primary balance. The report doesn't go into it to give the detail. Now, improving gross international reserve. That will also be a function of a certain economic variable. You are not just going to say my economic international reserves have increased. What will contribute to its increase and to its preservation when you keep it there? Because it affects it. So, Mr. Speaker, based on COVID, we are not naive to COVID has undermined the fundamentals of the economy, the growth that was achieved, the social prosperity that was achieved, but certainly the economy could not be resilient only in the last 3 years. It could not be. It means Ghana had an economy. At least we are still able to pay salaries of workers. So the economy was built over a long period of time. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I expected the committee to do again, the chairman in his brilliant submission shared two phases, the stabilization phase and the medium-term phase. The minister announces his Obatam Bosher promise 100 billion. So how much of that 100 billion is available for the stabilization phase? For instance, the hoteliers, Those in the hotel industry, they need immediate support. You promised 600 million Ghana cedis. So far, only 64 million. That's 10% of 600 million under the MBSSI facility. What they expect to hear from government is that you promise what you can. You just don't throw numbers into the air when you know you don't have. If you promise 100 million, the better, because you have 4 million. And you know by the end of the year, you cannot do 600 million. It's the same thing to announcing a 100 billion care program over a 2021 to 2023 period. That remains a promise in the air. But Mr. Speaker, we support it, but like I indicated earlier,
Honorable.
I indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, COVID will continue to have a debilitating effect on the economy of Ghana. I do not see a recovery until sometime 2023, this period, around August 2023, is when the of Ghana is likely to show some strength. But Mr. Speaker, we should also admit this is not the first time global economic activity have affected commodity prices. In 2015-2014, the projection was that oil could be $99 to $100. It stacked up to 52, and in some instances even went to $32 per barrel. That affected government revenue, and that naturally affected the growth of the economy. I hope that our colleagues will be guided. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I'll come to the chairman's conclusion. Expected deficit 11.7% of GDP 2020. I'm reading from your report. Even though you add the 2020. But Mr. Speaker, I'm going by his own report. It's to page 6. He reads, reducing the fiscal deficit from 8.4% of GDP in 2020. Then we come to your conclusion, and you are saying 11.7% of GDP. What must we rely on? What must we rely on? So I think that this must be done. And then, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister and the minister for employment must consider it a matter of urgent necessity for this part to be apprised of the impact of COVID on employment. The Honourable Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation made reference to developments in America and in the United States. At least in America, there is data on unemployment claims. In Ghana, the minister here announced an unemployment insurance. How much is he paying on unemployment insurance was not indicated. We should know. Then two, you don't even have labor market information in Ghana for us to have reliable data on the level of unemployment and in particular the impact of COVID on unemployment. I couldn't agree more with the Minister for Employment that particularly the hotel industry and hotel owners, the Speaker, the staff at home, when you say unemployment insurance, that category of people are not expecting insurance. They are expecting something to take home. Take home. Maybe at the end of it, government will say, I have a special package. Those, because Mr. Speaker, that's why data is important. We must keep statistics of the employed in Ghana and those making meaningful contribution to taxes, so that with that data, government could say, okay, all workers of this category working for hotels, I'll give you a stipend of 100 or 500 Ghana cedis for the next 2 months. Then Ghana has come, not when you promise them an insurance business, at Speaker. So they should understand why we said that the same law provides for the sanctioning of the minister. It didn't come from a minority leader. The same law made provision that if the minister was unable to stay within the deficit up to below 5%, he was a good candidate for sanction. It is not a minority leader request. It is the law which provided for it. And I'm saying that statistics the IMF, we should be able to reconcile it. Statistics that the Minister for Finance have shared with us, particularly when he keeps the banking sector expenditure. So far, this has approved only about 16.7 billion. But he comes to report to Parliament 21 billion. When did he get authorized to spend the rest of the money? You said 21 billion. I'm quoting from the document, your mid-year review. You said 21 billion. And I say what you have authorized from this house to spend was not more than 16 billion? Those questions must be answered. With this, Mr. Speaker, COVID, we must have a serious national conversation on its impact. We may be underrating its economic ramifications today. Government must also show prudence in its expenditure management and expenditure control. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable George. The Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister. That's what I've been told. Or who? Really? Honorable Deputy Minister. Who responds?
Speaker, the Deputy Minister certainly will speak for the Minister. I thought that the leadership of majority would have to be given space as well. The Deputy Minister certainly has to speak.
Who do you want to speak next?
Mr. Speaker, I would yield to the Honorable Dr.
Exactly. Very well. Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion that the report on the suspension of the fiscal responsibility rules be adopted. In supporting this motion, may I first of all make this clear. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary memo that came to the committee said that clearly. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary memo that came to the committee, it was clear in the table that the deficit would be 11.4%. This is the memo that came to the committee, to Parliament. So it stands to reason that any other figure seen on the table from the committee in this report would be a typographical error, and therefore it should be taken accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it is clear to also make some argument, notably as my friend on the other side, the minority leader, made. In terms of international gross, it's so clear that the report from the minister ably made us understand that over a period of time, certain governmental interventions, i.e., for instance, the Ministry of Trade, there is something on import substitution, assembling of vehicles in Ghana, and some of these are those that are expected to short export and decrease import. Yes, so on this occasion, it's so clear that over a period, we would see realistically increase in the international gross reserve. Mr. Speaker, the area of GDP, the GDP now is anticipated to be under 1%. And we know in economic development or economic policy, for you to be able to double GDP, usually you will take an interest rate and then you divide over a growth rate, then time period. Amazingly, if you are going to look at the expected interest rates now, say around 15%, and then you look at the anticipated GDP at 0.9%, then we're talking about probably getting to 2% in about 16 years. So the proposition by the Minister of Finance, accordingly, in 4 years, stand to be a bit ambitious in terms of placing in economic context. I think, therefore, that it is something that is laudable, considering the fact that you would expect recovery in 6, and he is thinking in 4 years, or say up to 2024. It is one kind that we must have to commend him for being more realistic than being probably more theoretical or overambitious. Mr. Speaker, also to say that they are exploring other places to shore up government revenue. The telcos. My friend on the other side was talking about telcos. But I think CST reduction from about 9%, about 5%, is much enough to show that government further is decreasing, has taken a measure that will be in the interest of the public. But that is so uncomfortable to generating of revenue.
I don't know what else to say about this. One other important area that probably in terms of telcos, we can look at is the money transfer, which we know by now that only about 3 banks do better than them in terms of deposits. So probably we should look at, our government is trying to say that exploring other places using technology and other areas of taxation is not ambitious, it's quite realistic, and we put it in context. Mr. Speaker, we must commend the Minister of Finance than to condemn him. Support for private sector or small to medium-sized enterprises. He did not say he was going to generate $100 million in 1 year. The expenditure is supposed to be over 3 years. 2020, 2021, 2022. So if we talk about, say, 600 million, we say they have released about 4. I mean, it's an ongoing process. Should we have to do politics with this?
Honorable, don't insinuate. Nobody is doing politics. Every honorable member can express his view. Withdraw that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I take a cue from your
No, I will withdraw. Don't say take a cue. You say withdraw.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I ably withdraw that position. But then also...
Honorable, please, there will be no backs. Otherwise, you will be going back to trouble.
Mr. Speaker, I have withdrawn. Yes, in going forward, Mr. Speaker, the amount of money that was taken from the contingency fund, there has been a previous regime where money is taken were not according to the law.
I will advise you.
Yeah.
The stance of your counterparts have not been adamant. So I will advise that you make your points with any acrimony. And we'll conclude this matter. Because
okay, Mr. Speaker.
I can see we are all making progress. But of course, there can be criticisms. And they have not been maligned. So please, you watch how you go, so that we end this quickly and nicely. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I stand to say that the House should definitely have to adopt this, and the positions of the minister is realistic, and I'm sure this is the way to go to get out of this economic recession, artificially made so by this public health disaster. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any conclusive remarks, Honourable Minister? Honourable Minister, please be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to start with, point out that the deficit figures of 4.7 and some 7.1 supposedly by the IMF cited by the minority leader belong to 2019. They have nothing to do with COVID-19, and it's important we don't mix up these figures. And then I'd like to thank the members on the floor for contributions. We will take them on board as we implement the budget and as we get the suspension we are looking for. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the 2020 projected deficit, we're grateful to Honorable Ayew for correcting the typographical error under paragraph on page 10, paragraph 6, that is the conclusion of the committee's report. The deficit projected for 2020 is 11.4%, and that was accurately communicated by the minister in his presentations to this House. Mr. Speaker, the point has been made that Yes. Yes, I get that. On page 10, so that's a correction I'm making, and I'm thanking the honorable member for mentioning that. The Speaker, the point has been made that we should not give the impression that all is. Government has never given that impression, and we do not intend to do so. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have learned, and it's important that our colleagues on the other side listen to this. We have launched a recovery plan. We have launched a recovery plan. I would explain that briefly. Mr. Speaker, the conventional wisdom is that you do not pray for an epidemic, but when it comes, or if it comes, you don't waste it. And so the positives that we can learn from this are ones that we would learn from. But the reality today is that whilst revenue has taken a hit, expenditures have had to be escalated in order to contain the pandemic. It is that's giving rise to the excess over the threshold set in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And that is why we request this House to approve the suspension, which the Minister has done already. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to assure this House that whilst we are spending to contain the pandemic, we are mindful of the fact that we need to keep the foundation of the economy as resilient as we were able to do before the pandemic, so that the recovery would be easy for Ghanaians. And let me make the point that somehow we are not saying the things we would do. If we are minded to pay attention to the things the Minister communicated as part of the COVID-19 alleviation and revitalization of enterprises support plan, there are clear strategies, not just for fiscal consolidation, but also ensuring that in the end, businesses will pick up and that the economy would return to normal ways. I give this assurance of government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, at the conclusion of debate, all those in favor of the motion listed 6 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is duly adopted. Item listed 7, Minister for Finance. Honorable Chairman, if you please take your seat. Honorable Leader, item listed 7.
Mr. Speaker, item 7 will be handled by the Minister tomorrow. It will be handled by the Minister tomorrow. It would be great that it comes tomorrow at 11 to do this. It was programmed earlier for him to do it today. Unfortunately, there is a conference currently going on, and he's not able to be here with us. The conference, we are told, is ending around 2.
You want us to take that tomorrow?
To constitute himself and come here, it may be around 4 p.m., which will not be a good time. Which is why we've agreed that he comes to do that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, we can do the other ones.
Item listed 8.
Item 8.
Chairman of the committee, the first deputy speaker will please take the chair. Chairman of the committee, item listed 8.
Mr. Speaker, same argument. We intend to take items 8, 10, 12, 14 tomorrow.
Can you list all the relevant items?
All of the items standing in the name of the
item listed.
Mr. Speaker, 8 is a procedural motion, but items 9, 11.
Then wait for us to get to.
We'll take all of them tomorrow.
We will take all tomorrow.
I listen, Mr. Speaker. My ranking member will hear.
Including even 8.
8 is a procedural motion.
Yes. Are we moving the procedural now?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Thank you. Item listed.
Speaker, in that regard, we'll go to item 38. Item 38.
Item listed.
38.
Item listed 38. Consideration stage. Honorable members, item 38, Revision of Births and Deaths Bill 2020, at consideration stage. Chairman, Clause 23, debate to continue, is what I see here.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 23, amendment proposed.
Please, Clause
23, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 1, before death, insert A, and in line 2, delete 14, and insert 10. I so move.
Honorable members, the proposed amendment for your consideration. I'll put a question. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendment, aye.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 23, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, delete and insert the following as advertised. I so move.
Honorable members, for your consideration. Honorable Ayariga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the clause that is being inserted makes provision for a prescribed fee for late registration. Yes, Mr. Speaker, but the policy of prescribing a fee for late registration. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the object of prescribing the fee is to punish people who register late, so that the prescription of the fee will be to encourage people to register early and within the allowable time frame. But if our policy is to encourage people to register and register early, to impose a financial obstacle for those who unfortunately are not able to register within the time frame would actually be a disincentive. So I think that for a matter like registration of birth and death, which is a matter of public interest, that we should encourage everybody to register at whatever time, we should not impose a financial obstacle at any stage in the decision of a parent to register the birth of the child. If for some reason the parent is not able to register within the time, and you now impose a financial obstacle, it becomes a disincentive to register. So I'm in favor of the amendment, except that portion of it which recognizes inclusion of
a penalty, a fee for registering late.
Honorable Majority Leader, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the argument of my colleague relates to births. We are not there. So he's in a desert with respect to him. Talking about death, he's talking about the Speaker is totally out of it. And can we go on respectfully?
Yeah, the honorable member for Bokus. Are you
Mr. Speaker,
returning
whether
to the street?
birth or death, there is a public interest in having data, up-to-date data. And that public interest is better served when a system is put in place that encourages people at all times to be able to walk into the registry and register birth or death. But when you impose a financial cost to registration of either birth or death, you tend to discourage people from registering, and that will further hamper our access to the data to take timely public policy decisions. So it is in our interest. And how much money are we get from, collecting fees from people who are registering the death of anybody? How much money are we going to get from that? So I think that there's a public policy interest in not imposing any financial hurdle or obstacle to anyone who wants to walk into a registry and register a death at any time. Mr. Speaker, that is my position on the matter.
Yes, honorable member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think we shouldn't be making the law for elites. If we impose such financial burdens on every citizen, we might not get the correct data that we are looking for. The fact is that in several villages, if it is even right to say many several, people give birth and they don't bother to report to anybody. People die, they don't report to anybody. In fact, in the villages, when people die, they don't have anything to do with it. All they need to do is to get some wawa board put together, and by evening or the following morning, they are in the cemetery. Nobody cares. So if you further impose financial burdens on people to come, they won't come. That is the fact. If we want to enforce the law for the elite, fine, because I may get a passport in the future. So I will bother to register my birth. But if I don't want, there are some people who never ever think of getting a passport or anything on any day. So they will not register. So we will understate our population. We will understate our birth. We will understate the fetal birth. We will understate the deaths. So I think we should be cautious the kind of penalty, the kind of financial burdens we impose. Well, if we want to fix some fee, not much for not ready time, because that will deter people from really coming forward to announce their birth, to announce their deaths. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, some of our colleagues have not been part of this whole consideration. This issue has been discussed for quite some time. Some members were absent. Now, what this bill is saying is that there should be a district registrar who register every death in the district. And within 10 days of a death, a report should be made for such registration should be done. If, for any reason, it's beyond 10 days, he should allow it after the person has paid a prescribed fee. That is all. But this business of birth and passport and those things is taking us back, with all due respect. I think that we discussed this. Chairman has gone back. He's proposed a new clause, and this is what we have to do. But where we are moving, we want to spend more time on this.
Yes, Honorable. Mr. Speaker, this law is intended to regulate registration of birth and death. Elaborate provisions have been made to ensure that where a child is born within a certain specified period, the medical facility, the traditional attendant, or the area where the child is born, the child is captured. Also, the law makes provision for the certification or registration of death, either at the crematorium, at the cemetery, wherever a person will be buried. You need a certificate to be able to do it. But the law also recognizes a person can die outside these places. And so, where a person is buried without recourse to the documents needed for the burial to take place, such a person can still take a birth certificate. After all, the birth certificate can be used for other things upon the payment of a prescribed fee. We should hasten to uphold this provision, the amendments. If we defeat the amendments, open the floodgates for late registration. It means that if a child is born, you don't need to register. You can sleep until thy kingdom and walk and go and register. That's what the argument they are proffering. That's what it means. It also means that if a person dies, go and bury and come and sleep until you need the birth certificate and you go and register. We shouldn't encourage that. What is the incentive for registering early? The incentive for registering early is the non-payment of the prescribed fee. That's it. So we should not encourage a situation where we will promote indiscipline. A person can be born and the people will just go and sleep and not register. It will compromise the collection of data in this country. Or a person dies, we just go and bury and come and sleep. And then at any time we want, we'll go and take it. No, that would be indiscipline. We should not encourage that.
Honorable Leader. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, what two colleagues, Honorable Ayariga and Podo, are doing is to take us back to the principle of this bill. Mr. Speaker, we've gone past. What we are doing now is the consideration stage, which is guided by Order 128, and which provides that at the consideration stage of a bill, House shall not discuss the principle of the bill, but only its details. The Speaker, again, we are guided by 1284, which provides that at the consideration stage of the bill, the House may make such amendments as it considers fit, prove that the amendments, including new clauses and new schedules, comply with the following conditions. One, they must be relevant to the subject matter of the bill and to the subject matter of the clause to which they relate. Thus far, they are not even proffering any amendment, except to say that we disagree with the principle. Mr. Speaker, I believe we can't go on that way. With respect to my two colleagues, if they have amendments to proffer, let them come with the amendments, and then we go on. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, respect, we can't make any progress on this bill. If they have amendments to proffer, let them. Otherwise, back to the Speaker, we put the question, and we can make progress.
West.
Thank you very much. I think that the amendment proposed by the chairman, yesterday we had difficulties about the wording, and today he has made it a little clearer. So the idea is for those who register deaths in time, they don't pay anything. It is those who register deaths late who are to pay. And I support the amendment because in all the considerations that where we came to death, registration of deaths, we put the people who register late at this disadvantage. That is, you register late, you pay a fee. And therefore, when we come to death, we cannot certainly exclude that. It's a basic principle that's gone through the bill. And I think that we should take a decision to support what the chairman has proposed.
Yes, and I remember for all of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Foremost, the leader says that if I have an issue, I should prefer an amendment. But there is an amendment, and we are considering the amendment, and I'm against the amendment, and that is why I'm making this argument. And my opposition to the amendment should not be based on me having produced or provided or preferred an amendment. Mr. Speaker, I'm just against the amendment. And so, I accept the policy consideration that we need to find a way of compelling people to go and register within time. But my argument is that in the legislation, in the bill, we have not made it an offense not to register within a certain time frame. We haven't made it an offense. But we are now imposed financial hurdle to register outside a certain time frame. So what it does is that if I don't register, I won't be punished. So if I won't be punished for not registering, how would I go and pay money to register? That's what you have done. That's why I'm saying that the strategy is wrong. You want to compel people to register. Then the first move is to say it is an offense not to register. And you will suffer a penalty if you start. But if you come late to register, we will do it for you upon you paying a fee. There's something to push somebody to go and register. But in this instance, it's not an offense not to register. So if I fail to register a death, nothing will happen to me. Nothing. Absolutely nothing will happen to me. So why do I now go and then pay to register when I go late? That is the logic I don't understand. That's why I'm raising this issue. I agree with you that we find a way of compelling people to go and register. But is this mechanism going to work? If I don't register, nothing happens to me. Then if I'm going to register late, I should go and pay money. Why? I'll sit in my village. I won't go and register.
Yes. Wow.
Speaker, thank you very much. The issue you are raising, the principle behind the whole idea of promulgating this law is to regulate registration. Because as a lawyer, a few weeks ago, you argued very brilliantly here about why the birth certificate should have been considered as one of the source documents for the register that is being compiled. For today to say this, don't you know that if you don't have a registered death, you cannot make claims for SNIT benefits and all that? You must show that somebody. So somebody, and in any case, as an advanced country, we have to make this law, which was first passed in 1963, 65, to be compliant. And everybody is looking for data. And data includes death and birth. You also need it as a lawyer for many things. That is why we are taking the trouble to make this law. So this argument of being criminalizing is not good to always criminalize. But there are things here we are talking that if you flout that law, something will happen to you. But just as to encourage people to go early and register deaths. In fact, it is in this country, when we don't register deaths, it is serious because people can just disappear. And it is not good. We must know the cause of death. We must do all the things so that the human life is protected. But if people can just go and bury and walk away, that will not help us. Please, let's take a decision on a vote on this matter.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. If I had a vote, I would have voted. The ayes of it. The amendment is carried. Now, item II, clause 23, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 23, amendment proposed. Clause 393 to 5. The late specified fee for late registration determined in accordance with the Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Provision Act 2018 at 983 and insert prescribed fee for late registration. I so move.
All in favour of proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it, is carried. Item III.
Mr. Speaker, clause 44, amendment proposed.
No, we are still on 23. I.
It's Ivy. It's Ivy.
Oh, very well. Well, we did so clause 3, right. Okay, so the question is clause 23 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes of clause 23 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Regulations.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 44, amendment proposed. Opening phrase. Line 1, delete may and insert shall within 12 months of the coming into force of this act. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item.
Mr. Speaker, clause 44, amendment proposed. Paragraph D, line 1, after effective, insert and efficient. I so move.
Honourable members, all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All I say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we agreed that we have to insert a new clause under 44, and I think it will come before D. So I thought we would take that one before amending the clause 44D, which the chairman just moved.
Well, if you already moved that, you move it. The draft persons will determine its location.
Yes. For clause 44, amendment proposed, add the following new paragraph. That is to provide detailed procedures for late registration. The particular clause was under 1312. And we agreed that we should take it out for it to come under regulations so that the minister would be in charge of that. So the new clause that we are putting in is to provide detailed procedures for late registration, so that under Regulation 44, to read a minister shall, within 12 months of the coming into force of this Act, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide detailed procedures for registration. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Yes, Honorable Member for Kachi.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at 44D. And 44 is on any matter necessary for the effective and efficient implementation of this Act. So once we have D as an omnibus clause, legislation on procedures will also be covered by this omnibus clause.
Yes, wow.
I support the amendment that is proposed because it specifies, and if you look at the controversy that it was generating about late registration, it is only appropriate that we provide in terms of the procedure. No, the issue is that just like the others preceding it, why do you, if you have the last omnibus paragraph, why do you even provide in the others? You could just stop. But the persons want the thing to be clearly spelled out under a procedure. And because late fees, fees will be collected for late registration, we need to detail out that in the regulations. I support the motion.
Now put a question. All in favor? Yes, Leader. All in favor of proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 44. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I thought for the 44C, we may have to add the particulars for the registration of deaths, fetal deaths, and deaths. I think we didn't include fetal deaths there.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 44, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Interpretation.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45. Amendment proposed. Interpretation of verb. Line 2. Delete is and insert there. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The amendment is carried. Item VII.
Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment for clause 45, which has not been advertised in the other paper. Now, I want to seek you.
So why don't you do what is advertised, and then we'll do the unadvertised at the end.
Clause 45, amendment proposed. Add the following, the interpretation in the appropriate order. Burial permit means an authorization issued under this Act to grant permission for the burial, cremation, or any other form of disposition of the body of a deceased or a fetus. I so move.
As for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, amendment that is adding, and it includes fetal death. That is VII. No, okay. Is it advertised? Uh-huh.
Yes. Right, I'll put a question. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, Chairman, I call item VII.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, amendment proposed, interpretation of debt, line 2 at end, add, and it includes fetal death. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Member for Wai West.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the chairman should drop this addition because we have defined fetal death. And in fact, what we did in 44 by the leader, including fetal death, at no point would death now include that. Death is specific, fetal death is also specific. And we have defined both words. I think there's no need to add that part of it.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought by what happened on the floor the other day, what was intended to be done was the deletion of the words of evidence. So we said death means the permanent cessation of life in a person anytime after the life birth of that person. What was included here means the permanent cessation of evidence of life. So we should delete of evidence so that it will simply read death means the permanent cessation of life in a person anytime after the life birth of that person. So what was to be deleted is of evidence.
So the proposed amendment to death is to delete of evidence. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now item VIII.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, amendment proposed, add the following new interpretation. Deputy registrars, the Deputy Registrar of Births and Deaths appointed under section of this Act. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say yes.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment is incomplete. If you say session, Mr. Speaker, what kind of amendment is that? So we should be specific.
Primary school. Yes.
The last person should be directed to insert that because we have created a portion, a part appointing the Deputy Registrar, which was originally not part of the bill. So this will be after the consideration completed.
So I think this is understandable.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Chairman should say.
It's understandable. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Honourable members, having regard to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Now, item IX.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, amendment proposed, interpretation of district, line 2, delete and Metropolitan Authority and insert or Metropolitan Assembly. I so move.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we come there, we have interpreted disposal. We have interpreted disposal. In the body of the bill, the word that has been used is disposition. and not disposal. So we have to interpret it, rather should be disposition and not disposal.
Yes, honourable members, for the consideration of the House to delete disposal and insert disposition. Is that right? All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, the interpretation of District Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, amendment proposed, interpretation of District Assembly, line 2. Delete assembly and insert assembly with a capital A. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is.
Mr. Speaker, 45, amendment proposed, interpretation of fetal death. Line 2, delete is and insert there. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XII.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, amendment proposed, interpretation of occupier. Paragraph A, line 1, delete governor. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is. Item XIV.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, amendment proposed, interpretation of person responsible for a child. Line 2, delete 5 of section 12 and insert 3 of section 13. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now XIV.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, amendment proposed, interpretation of tutetive father. Line 1, the person alleged, and insert a person claimed. And in line 2, delete alleges and insert claims. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XV.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, amendment proposed, interpretation of substitute parentage order. Line 1, delete form and insert from. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XVI.
Mr. Speaker, clause 45, I proposed, interpretation of surrogacy. Closive phrase, line 1, delete fetus and insert fetus. The spelling is F-O-E-T-U-S. I so move.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against so. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 45. Yes, Chairman.
We have further amendments.
You have another amendment?
Yes.
Very well.
Clause 45, amendment proposed. Interpretation of surrogate mother. Line 2, delete fetus and insert fetus. F-O-E-T-U-S.
Very well. All in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 45. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we agreed to provide interpretation to medical practitioner and health practitioner in view of the debate that has generated. Chairman of the committee, we agreed to provide a definition for medical practitioner and health practitioner. Mr. Speaker, this flows from yesterday's
I recall that.
Debate.
So, where is that interpretation? Medical practitioner and health practitioner. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the proposal or the amendment proposed by Honorable Ayafo, I suggest that the drafters will lift the interpretation from the public health and then insert it here. I so move.
Very well. I'll direct that the interpretation of a health practitioner and medical practitioner as contained in the Public Health Act shall be lifted and inserted in the interpretation column of this bill. As so direct. Now the question is clause 45, variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Repeal and savings.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 46. All involved clause 46 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. They have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. There's a clause 47 as the proposed new clause.
Transitional provisions.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, a new clause, amendment proposed, add the following new clause as advertised. I so move.
Yes, Chairman of Constitution and Legal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not opposed to the proposed amendment except to say that in 47.2 there is no need to repeat in line 2 established under this Act, because it is already so expressly stated in 47.1 in the 4th line, established under this Act. And once we are dealing with the same clause, talking about the same staff, the same registry, it is needless to repeat established under this Act, under 47.
So what are you proposing we delete?
Mr. Speaker, what I'm proposing is that we should delete established under this Act in 47.2 line 2, so that 47.2 line 2 read, a staff absorbed into the births and deaths registry shall, on the coming into force of this act, be deemed. And then the rest of the two will follow.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 47, as amended. Sir, stand part of the bill. All in favour, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. That should bring us to the end of course. Yes, Honourable Leader.
There is a matter that I believe is not been put beyond doubt, and that has to do with the surrogacy. The Speaker, yes, a surrogate mother is one who accepts to carry is a woman who carries and gives birth to a baby on behalf of herself. Now we have this arrangement as in 45, the definition of surrogacy. What is not very clear in the closing paragraph, the phrase after B, surrogacy.
Which clause, please?
45.
45.
I thought we would add the phrase to enable the surrogate mother the fetus for the period of the pregnancy and give birth at the end of the period on behalf of another woman or the intended parent. I believe that is it very well, because that is what the surrogacy arrangement involves. Minister, with me. Thank you very much.
So you are proposing that we insert.
You close it by adding the words on behalf of another woman or an intended parent. Yes. The intended parent in the context means just the man, not the woman. That's why I'm saying that on behalf of another woman or the intended or an intended parent. But in the body, the intended parent refers only to the man, not to the woman.
But we can't have the two. If it becomes another woman or intended parent, you have two options. Or maybe another woman or the intended parent. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question clause 45 again. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I guess the same would also then affect the surrogate mother. The surrogate mother, on behalf of another woman or the intended parent.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question. Yes, Honourable Member for. All right. Yes.
I was saying that the amendment adds more clarity, but in the effect is the same. Yes, it's the same, but it adds clarity that you are doing it on behalf of somebody. But a surrogate is always doing something on behalf of another. But it's okay. It's okay. I agree.
Clause 45 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 as variously amended is ordered to stand for the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration. We haven't done the long title. Very well. The long title shall form part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Long title, read it.
An act to provide for the registration of births and deaths in the country, the decentralization of the births and deaths registry to improve the collation of statistics for national development and for related matters.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Yes, Speaker, I agree that the short title is the registration of birth and death. And because of the distinctions that we have made, the long title should bear the inclusion of fetal death. It should bear the fetal death. The short title, that's all right, but the long title should certainly include fetal death. So it should be birth, fetal death, and death.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, the long title as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to end of consideration of the registration of births and deaths Act 2020, Births and Deaths Bill 2020. Yes, Majority Leader, what next?
Speaker, firstly, I believe we can go to the other paper addendum. Other paper addendum.
Yes. Other paper addendum. At the commencement of public business, 1. Presentation and first reading of bills. Yes, Honorable, by the Minister for Finance. Honorable Majority Leader, are you doing the one?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Yes, Speaker, we'll begin with 1.
I have called for the presentation of papers and first reading, and there's nobody to present it. Item 1, presentation and first reading of this by Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I can lay the document on behalf of the Minister for Finance.
Yes.
An act to amend the Communication Service Tax Act 2008 Act 754 to provide for the reduction in the tax rate and related matters.
The bill is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item 2. University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Bill 2020 at the consideration stage. Honorable Leader, do you have a copy of the bill? I don't have a copy of the bill. And I can't see the minister or his deputies or the chairman of the committee who is leading the discussion either. Yes, Leader, what do you propose we do?
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can begin with the short title and cross one, which are usually very standard construction. Yeah. And if I may, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader, what did you say?
Mr. Speaker, in fact, this since the beginning of this sitting or this meeting, we have passed a number of bills of a similar nature. We've established a number of universities acts of a similar nature. So it is our hope that we will be able to run through this very quickly to bring it to existence.
Thank you. Very well. Item 2I.
The Speaker, after the cabinet has looked at the bill, the agreement was that the name of the university should be Akenteng Apia Menka University. It is named after that illustrious son of this country. And indeed, the was communicated to that this indeed is what is intended to be done. Unfortunately, looks like when presenting their report to us, they omitted to do that. And the Honorable lecturer and integrity leader who understood the issues have filed an amendment to that effect. But it's reflect of what indeed happened before Cabinet. So, Mr. Speaker, I fully endorse what amendment has been filed by the...
So, then are you moving the proposed amendment or anything on it? I was going to call it for members whether you support the motion or otherwise.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm saying.
I haven't called it. That's
You haven't called it yet?
No. When I announce it, I expect that they will announce it, read it.
I've jumped the cast.
Yes, the short title.
University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development 20.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, I will resurrect what I've said already. That Cabinet really has endorsed it, and it was communicated to the committee, and the ranking member is there. The minority leader, I even had some discussion with earlier. Mr. Speaker, it is right and appropriate that they have done this. I don't know why the committee themselves did not include that in the amendments proposed. But I think that it is right and proper, and I fully support it.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that we need to debate this matter. A country that does not honor its heroes is not worth dying for.
So all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. Let's have it. The amendment is carried. Now, item II, clause 1.
Establishment of the university.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, for the establishment of the university, the group head note, the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development, would also have to be amended so that it will read, that is before university, we insert Akinten Apiamenka, University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development.
I direct the draft persons to effect the group heads with the amendments earlier agreed on to the short title. Now, clause 1, amendment proposed. I've seen that the lecturer has come in. Would you like to move your amendment, Honorable Member for Wa West? Addendum, clause 1 of the addendum. It's on the first page.
The first amendment is for us to preface the university with Akinten Apiamenka. But I don't know why you are adding succession. And delete her. But mine was complete delete and replace, which would have been easy. So I so move.
What did you go out to do? I think you're disorientated now, so. Yes, Honorable.
No time to reorganize himself. He appears to it. And I move clause 1 on behalf of Honorable Yilechiri.
Yes.
And Haruna Idrisu to insert before the university Akinten Apiamenka in line 1, and in line 2 to delete perpetual succession. Because the rationale is that
all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item III.
Item III, clause 1, subclause 1, line 2.
No. Mr. Speaker, that the deletion of with perpetual succession has also been incorporated in amendment proffered by Ilechire and Haruna. So once we have settled that, I believe the chairman will have to drop this.
Oh, it's the same subclause 1, line 2, 3. Very well. So then clause 1 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Aims of the university.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
IV, clause 2, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph A, delete and insert the following as advertised.
All in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item V.
Mr. Speaker, item V, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph A, line 1, delete in and insert with emphasis on. As so moved.
In favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI. Amendment was in the name of the minority leader, right? Okay, so item V, yes.
Mr. Speaker, that amendment has been overtaken by the amendment we just did. It's taken by IG. And so it will abandon it.
Very well.
We will draw it. We will draw it, yes. Yeah.
Item V. Chairman of the committee.
Clause 2, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, add the following new clause. New paragraph. C, train and provide teachers with the relevant competence for teaching entrepreneurial development. And I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against, yes, honorable.
We have always advised that we shouldn't, when we are adding, we shouldn't number the paragraph we are adding because there's a C. We are not deleting that C. And so you will see that in clause 2, there's a C, VII, a C, because so it's a new paragraph. It's just a new paragraph. The drafters will know where to put it.
This is a proposed new clause, right?
Yes.
Very well. So all in favor of the proposed new say aye.
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 All against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed new clause.
It's a new paragraph.
Sorry, proposed new paragraph is adopted now. Clause 2 as, no, okay, there's VII. Yes. Chairman, amendment.
VII, subclause 2. Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph C. Delete and insert the following as advertised. And so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, it seems to me that there is an omission that is between I and II. We need the word "or."
Yes, honorable members, for the consideration of the House. Well, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favor say aye. All say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VIII. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the proposal is to delete at the end of the clause, that is clause 2, paragraph C, teachers. And for it to read, develop strong linkages between the university and industry or the community to ensure the holistic training. But Mr. Speaker, it will not sound well. It will not sound well. I will withdraw that one.
Very well. Item IX.
Okay. Clause 2, item IX, subclause 2, opening phrase, line 1, delete it and insert the.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Item X. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph A, line 3, after education, insert and further delete of the country and. As so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XI. Chairman. Yeah.
XI, subclause 2, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph C, line 3, after education, insert and.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XII. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 2, subclause 2, paragraph D, line 1, after teaching, insert and problem solving, and in line 2, delete for the benefit of humanity. The rendition will read, promote the use of teaching and problem solving methods that ensure critical and independent thinking.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIII.
The Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph E, subparagraph I, delete and insert the following. Matters that relate to technical and vocational education within and outside the country, and.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIV.
The Speaker, subclause 2, paragraph E,
subparagraph II, line 2, after education, insert and.
As many as are in favor of proposed amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Item XV.
So, Speaker, subclause 2, paragraph F, line 2, after books, insert journals, and in line 3, delete of dissemination. So, dissemination will become disseminate the results of research undertaken through the publication of books, papers, journals, and any other suitable means, Mr. Speaker. Then we have the word "and" there.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XVI.
The Speaker, subclause 2, paragraph G, delete and insert the following. Provide extension and consultancy services in technical, vocational, entrepreneurial education and training. The Speaker, take it again. Provide extension and consultancy services in technical, vocational, entrepreneurial education and training related disciplines in higher education.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's a word missing in the last line. It's vocational and entrepreneurial education and training and related disciplines in higher education. So there should be and after training.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XVII.
The Speaker, clause 2. Clause 2. Add the following new paragraph. Promote entrepreneurial education by the use of analytical and creative tools through research and training. Those are fine. The drafters who push this, I think, is after B.
In favor of the amendment, aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 2, as very amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause B, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Campuses of the university.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, clause 3, subclause 1, delete and insert the following. The main campus of the university shall be in Kumasi in the Ashanti region.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, looking at the original rendition in clause 3, it states, the main campus of the university shall be the College of Technology Education as campus of the University of Education, Winneba. Mr. Speaker, this is specific that this should be the main campus of the university. But we are changing that to mean the main campus of the university shall be in Kumasi in the Ashanti region. It may be anywhere in Kumasi in Ashanti region. But the original rendition specifically mentioned the College of Technology Education at Kumasi campus of the University of Education.
Yes, Honorable Majesty.
This bill is being made today. 20 years from now, it will become an act. And then the clause 3 of that act would read, the main campus of the university shall be the College of technology education at the Kumasi campus. At that time, it would have ceased to exist. That was to exist. It's for that reason that when we're crafting the CK Tedam University, we were dealing with a satellite campus of the UDS, but we never did that. But this has thought it wise to do it the way that we now, because of the reason that I've proffered. So the plan provisions would indicate where it used to be situated. But really, it is where we are situating it now that matters.
Yes, thank you, member.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Although I was part of the discussion, and we are that should be at the Kumasi campus of the University of Education, Winnipeg. Having looked at it critically again, I want to agree with the proposed amendment now, but I realize that there's no need to put in the Ashanti region after Kumasi. University of Social Campus in. But where is Ashanti region? Is it not necessary? Kumasi we know is in Ghana. So why the need for putting the region again after the town? So if you say the main campus should be in Ho, then you should add Volta region. I don't think it is necessary, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Chairman.
There is Kumasi in Central region, close to my daddy's hometown.
And there's another Mafi in the Volta region. There's another one where? Really? Yes, I got it.
We also have Kumasi in the Volta region. But the only thing is that we've been adding Mafi to it, meaning Mafi, Kumasi. So, Mr. Speaker, if you have a good reason to depart from the original rendition, then the region should also be added in tandem with the CK Tandem University.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? Aye. All say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XX. Oh, sorry, XIX.
The Speaker, surplus 2, delete and insert the following. The university may have an affiliate campus in each region.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XX.
Mr. Speaker, surplus 3, delete and insert the following. The College of Agricultural Education, Mampong, shall be an affiliate campus of the university.
Why are we refusing to add the University College of Technology but adding the Mampong one? When we came to the campus, we refused to the technology, but we are adding the Mampong Agric College as an affiliate. Why?
Mr. Speaker, it is so because that college is already an affiliate campus of the current Kumasi campus, and all are sub-campuses of, or affiliate campuses of University College of Education, Winnipeg. So it is agreed that the two colleges in Kupong are the beginning points of this university.
Very well. Yes, honorable member for.
Mr. Speaker, why are we saying affiliate campus instead of saying that the university may establish other campuses? Mr. Speaker, the earlier university bills that we passed, specifically the Simon Diedom Dombo University Business and Integrated Development Studies Act 2019, it says the university may reach other campuses in the Upper West and any other place as determined by the Council in accordance with Section 25. So we're using the word other campuses of the university. But do we have a special reason for saying affiliate campuses instead of other campuses?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I also have a challenge over there. If you look at the memorandum accompanying the bill, two institutions are forming the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development, with the Kumasi campus as the main, as the headquarters, and then Mampong as an additional campus. So the expression an affiliate campus or an affiliate, not necessarily over there. I feel, or I wish that it is read as the College of Education Mampong shall be a campus of the university. If you say an affiliate, that means they will have a different status. Maybe they will have to go through nurturing and all this until probably they also become a separate university. But that is not the idea behind the establishment of this university. So I move that with an affiliate and then insert to read the College of Agricultural Education shall be a campus of the university. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Sir, we propose the affiliate, and we propose the affiliate because Mr. Speaker, because if you say campus, it doesn't bring out the relationship well. But if you say act to qualify the campus, then within the context of the expression, then you know the relationship between the main campus and the affiliate campus. Because the Speaker, maybe in future, the other campuses, affiliate campuses that established will also grow up to be independent on their own and be operated independently of the main campus. Because that is the sense of the word affiliate.
If I understand the ranking member correctly, affiliate means a separate and independent body which has sought a relationship with another independent body. But this one is the same university that has campuses elsewhere. So I think the objection is appropriate. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday with us was a Lone Ranger from Cavendish, and when I proposed that the use of the word affiliate was out of order, I was uprooted. So, Mr. Speaker, I kept my cool. But I kept saying that they were wrong. I'm happy that the truth has come. Because, the Speaker, in the two years, and this same argument came here on the floor. In the two others, CK Section 3, who said the university is established in Ablongo with campus in any other place that the university may determine. That is the CK Teda. The Simon SD Dombo 1, who said the main campus of the university shall be situated in Wa, in the Upper West region. To provide, the university may establish other campuses. We may decide to call them in those other locations as campuses that are affiliated to the university. But we don't say that we are affiliate campus. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree.
Honorable Secretary, Speaker shall take the chair. Yes, so the proposed amendment. Yes, Chairman, I thought we were proposing an amendment.
Yep, Mr. Speaker, I think that yes, we have to delete the word affiliate because they are part of the main campus. In that case, we should go up there and also delete the affiliate from the clause 2, subclause 2, where we say the university may have an affiliate campus in each region. We will have to amend that to read. The university may have other campuses. No, the university may have a campus in each region. Yes, may have a campus in each region.
Yes. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XX.
The Speaker, surplus. The Speaker did not put a question to question clause.
Because XX is still 3. We made the amendment to XIX.
Surplus 3, delete and insert the following. The College of Agriculture Education, Mampong, shall be an affiliate campus of the university. That's what we just discussed.
No, we went back to, we may establish campuses everywhere. Now you want to remove the affiliate from this.
So we are removing the word an affiliate campus to a campus.
Shall be a campus of the university.
Yes.
All in favor of the, yes, leader.
You're mixing up the two. What is doing is clause 3, subclause 2, which he deleted. So it will now read, the university may have a in each region.
We have done that. We have done that too.
Okay. The next one then is, shall be a campus of the university. That is 3:3.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, 3 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All of us say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended. So that is stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Award of degrees.
Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, clause 4. Head note, delete degrees and insert degrees, diplomas, and certificates.
All in favor of the proposal say aye. Yes, leader. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXII.
The Speaker, subclause of clause 4, lines 1 and 2, delete if and where. So the rendition reads, the university may withdraw a degree, diploma, or certificate that the university has awarded where the university has evidence that proves that then A and B will continue.
All in favor of the proposal say aye. All against say no. Yes, leader.
Speaker, I believe the 1, we should insert honorary degree. Honorary degree. University may withdraw a degree, honorary degree, diploma, or certificate.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. Ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, leader.
Yeah, we have been discussing this matter. Maybe the educationists could assist us. The award of degrees, diplomas, and certificates. I thought we had come to some agreement that honorary degrees conferred, not awarded. That was.
Amendment was proposed by you. Withdraw that amendment. The question is all in favor of the amendment to clause 4. Say aye. All against say no. And clause 4 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. Clause 4 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
The University Council.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 5. Yes, we've done it. Clause 5. Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph C to G. Delete and insert the following. Speaker, as advertised on page 5 of the order paper.
Motion moved is for the consideration of the House.
But, Mr. Speaker, the whole of, I don't know where we started from. So from clause C to
At page 5 and 6 of the order paper. Page 5 and 6 of the order paper.
Of the order paper.
Yes.
But C to G, it should be C to the end. That is to I. It's all advertised there. So the order paper should rather read paragraphs C to I, because everything has been changed from C.
Why?
It's
to L, not...
Yeah, to L.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, honorable members, motion moved is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my little worry is where we have placed C. Usually, after all nominations have been made, including institutional nominations, then we have a concluding subparagraph. That is 4 or 3 other persons nominated by the President. But here, it seems to take precedence over the other institutional representations. And I think that we should rather take it to where it appropriately belongs. That we should have the following. And then this C will go to the last. That is how couched all these bills. That the C.
Majority Leader, can we leave the arrangement to the draft person? Can we leave draft person?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we can do that. But really, that is the standard.
Yes, then that should be it. Honorable members, I put the question. Those of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the amendment is carried. I direct that the draft person should move the C to its appropriate place. That is subclause 1, paragraph C. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, increasingly these days, we want to create more space for our women. And so if normally we have 2 nominations, we would say that one of them should be a woman. But here we have 4. Why should we say that just one should be a woman? I think we should rather provide that 2 of them, at least 2 of them should be women, and not one.
Well, House decides to help the appointing authorities, but we also want to test how gender sensitive they are. But the House could decide to say at least 2. Yes. What is the sense of the House? As Chairman, Constitutional Legal.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Majority Leader. So normally, where we have 2 persons, that is where we usually say of whom is a woman. But, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure parity with respect to the nomination, once there are 4 persons, I think it will be fair and just that we say 2 of whom should be women or 2 of whom are women. So, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with Majority Leader that at least 2 of them should be women.
Yes, Chairman, what is your view?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any problem with that.
You agree with that?
At least two. Yes.
All can even be women.
Yeah, so honorable members, from what I got from the House, it will be 4 persons nominated by the President, at least 2 of whom are women. And so, yes, Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, going through the proposal, I'm wondering whether we can do something about from D to L. Mr. Speaker, from D to L, there is one expression running through, that is one representative of, and it is repetitive in the rest of the paragraphs, Mr. Speaker, from D to L. If our draft person can assist us by rearranging in order to capture this expression in a preambular statement so that it has to be repeating one representative of, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Let me put the question again, the amendment, because there's a further debate. Those in favor of the further amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. I will further direct the draft person to look at the issue raised by the chairman of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Yes, XXIV. We have Honorable Aruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment stands in the name of the minority leader. Clause 5, amendment proposed, sub clause 2, delete. Mr. Speaker, probably the rationale for calling for a deletion is that the power appointment.
Member, don't you have his authority? Why are you saying probably? He should have given you why he's asking for the deletion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the rationale for the amendment.
But you say probably. You shouldn't be using.
Mr. Speaker, the rationale
yes.
for the amendment is that the Constitution has given the power to the President to do the appointment. And it is believed that the President, in exercising that particular power, will take into consideration that the law is saying. So there is no need, after the Constitution has given the President to make a law, to tie the President as to the category of persons to be appointed. So the feeling is that we just give the power to the President to appoint 4 persons, at least 2 of whom will be a woman.
Well, the attorney of the minority leader. Yes. What do you say?
Speaker, respectfully, this is a standard provision in all the bills that we have been crafting, and that's just so that we don't. Yes, the President is required to, in the exercise of this discretion, show diligence and balance. But, Speaker, just to assure ourselves that we know what the President must do. There's a reason why we have abandoned and declared in all the investing acts that this House has passed. So it's a standard provision, and I believe we should live with it.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, just to add, but majority leader has said that we are not taking the appointment from the President, but we are only saying that the President making the appointment should have regard to certain eligibility criteria in coming to that conclusion. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not anything
departing from the express provision of the Constitution with power of appointment to the President?
Well, I agree to that. I don't think we should take it for granted that even all presidents will take all these things into consideration. You could have a president that will be placing more emphasis on other political concessions, the issues of qualities, of leadership, the issue of gender, expertise in finance, and the rest. And so that is proper, we still leave it there. But it's for me to put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. It means that we are to delete subclause 2. I'll put the question and the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I was looking at some of the bills.
It's not only.
I was doing a comparative analysis. Mr. Speaker, can we put the question again? With respect.
It was not just the majority leader, even the chairman and the rest, they did not respond. So, in spite of the fact that the sense of the House is for us to retain the provision, the response rather different impression. So, I'll put the question again. Those in favor of the proposed amendment to delete subclause 2, say aye. Those against, say no. The nays have it. So the proposed amendment has been rejected. Yes, we have another proposed amendment signing the name of Honorable Peter Nochu. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 5, amendment proposed, subclause 5, delete. Looking at that provision, 5, subclause 5, the President may, in case of an emergency, A, dissolve and reconstitute the Council, or B, appoint an interim council to operate for a stated period. In the first place, Mr. Speaker, I believe that even if you go to Chin, you will see where the President is to appoint Chancellor for the university. And as a public officer, that officer is going to be vested with a number of powers and functions to perform. So, if there is a council of the university, and then you say in the case of an emergency, in the first place, the emergency is not even defined. What of emergency are we talking about? Emergency may have different forms. So, say he can dissolve the council, can reconstitute. To me, we are giving too much powers to the President of the Republic, because emergency can be described in any form. It is relative. So that powers, I think, will be too much. Even looking at recent events that happened in the country with regards to University of Education, Winneba, and then that of University of Science and Technology. I think once the council is there, I think giving powers so that the Vice Chancellor, who is the titular head of the university, can at least perform some functions and advise the President on what to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that we delete subclause 5. Thank you.
Motion moved is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with this above. The ranking member of education, because this is really alien to any of the acts that the House. I do know the antecedent of this, what happened recently, but we don't legislate because of just one incident that we have witnessed in this country. In any event, we are saying the council has general powers, and in an emergency situation, however that emergency is determined, the council can act appropriately. The Speaker, having said that, I would also think that if we're going to have a universal bill, I know of these investigations coming, if that is what is intended, then it could find expression at one. And then, without prejudice to whatever may exist in the other acts, it could take precedence. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I believe we are not there. And I think that we should delete the 5, that is the 5-5, that the President may, in case of an emergency. And I went to the interpretation section. Emergency is not defined. And that could be used by a president who may not have the university, the progress of the university at heart. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, it may be seen or be interpreted as an intrusion into autonomy of the university, and indeed to even speak about going against academic freedom. So I think that this is not, the 5-5 is not necessary. We should delete it.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, this surplus found in the Public University Bill, that is under consideration. There is a serious contention about that. And none of the current university acts has this surplus. So I will go in for this, but I wait until we are considering the Public University Bill. The debate will continue over there. So as it is now, we are of course, doing the consideration of this bill that will establish this university. When the Public University Bill comes into, it will repeal all the various university acts that we have in the system. So I'm just telling my colleagues, we'll continue with the debate at that. Here, I will agree that we should delete it. I'm standing for the minister. The minister is for this. If we were here, he would have defended this. And I know when people came before us at the Public University hearing, he defended this seriously. And so we wait until come there. When the public bill comes into force, it will repeal all of these public university acts that we have. So I agree that for now, we should take it out, we delete it, and go debate over there. Thanks.
Well, Chairman, anticipate the debate. But let me put the question on this. Those in favor of subclause 5, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Subclause 5 accordingly deleted. Now I put the question. The question is that clause 5 as variously amended stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Functions of the Council.
Yes, Chairman of Committee.
The Speaker, Clause 6. Amendment proposed. D, line 2. Delete proper and insert effective and efficient.
Moved for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Chairman.
The Speaker, subclause 5, lines 2 and 3. Delete ethnicity, sex, race, religious beliefs, and insert gender, race, disability, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed, social.
Motion move is for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of motion say aye. Majority leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker.
I actually did not see some of the things that they've inserted here.
Mr. Speaker, we have a template for this.
Yes,
let's adopt that template, because what he has done here is not even complete. Gender, race, disability, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed,
sex,
social,
race,
is not even concluded. So let's allow the draft persons to resort to the template that we have adopted in respect of F. Because what is here is incomplete. What is here is incomplete. So, Mr. Speaker, they know what to do. The last time we did it. So let them do that, and then we'll be home and dry.
Yes, Chairman, I've seen that.
I can read what
you are asking us to delete ethnicity, sex, race, religious beliefs. That's what you are requiring. Insert yes. Gender, race, disability, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed, social.
Social or which continues, social
yes,
or political?
Social. All you are not touching it, so that one will stay there. So it will continue to all political affiliation. Yes, that is the motion. But Majority Leader is disagreeing with that. And he is calling on us to retain what we have. That's what I heard. Sorry, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what they've done, and as I said, are related to a template that we have adopted. What is here, what they were proposing, as I said, is incomplete. Mm-hmm. And second, what we have a template for that. The only introduction is disability, which was not included in the previous one that we did. So I said to the draft persons and the table officers that they should look at what we did the previous time and just include disability.
Oh, okay.
And we'll be home and dry with that.
Okay. Then, in the meantime, I'll put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We are actually saying that the draft person should look at the issue of the disability, and then, if it is appropriate, include or not to include it. But, Chairman, yes?
Speaker, so that has been done, and that is what is in order. So if I may read, we all understand it. Ensure the creation of an environment of equal opportunity for members of the university without regard to ethnicity, sex, race, religious beliefs.
No.
Sorry, without gender, race, yes. Disability, color,
yes.
Ethnic origin, religion, creed, social or political affiliation.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes, that's what you need. Yes.
And the reason why I told him that we have a template, but even here it's not only social or economic status.
I directed the draft person
social or economic status. So I'm saying that we have a template for that.
Yes.
Let the draft persons do that.
I have so directed, so the draft person will look at it that way. Yes, so we now move to Roman XXVII. That's clause 7. Let me put the question on place. And the question is, Clause 6 as variously amended part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
General powers of the Council.
There is a proposed amendment standing in the name of the Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of the Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, to withdraw amendment in view of the fact that the same is a provision in Section 12 of the Simon Dombo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies Act 2019. It's just a repetition, word by word. For the sake of consistency, we should allow the provision and should not be deleted.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is accordingly withdrawn. Yes, we have XIX, which stands in the name of the chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, Clause 7, Subclause 2, Line 2, delete be taken to the conferment of particular powers on the Council by other provisions of this Act shall limit the generality of this.
Honourable members, motion moved is the resolution of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. I put the question under Clause 7. And the question is that Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Tenure of office of members of the Council.
There is no proposed amendment to Clause 8. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I just want to effect a little amendment. 8.4, line 4.
Clause 8.4.
Line 4.
Line 4, yes.
Yes. We should really be appointed. What is here read shall be appointed for the unexpired term of the office. It really should read shall be appointed to serve the unexpired term of the office.
Yes. Chairman, you got the Majority Leader?
Yes.
Yes. What do you say to this proposal?
Agree.
You agree. Honourable members, the Majority Leader has proposed an amendment to Clause 8, Subclause 4, Line 4, delete 4D, and instead to serve. No, delete 4.
There should be there.
4, and instead to serve. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Shall be appointed to serve the unexpired term of the office. Yes. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on Clause 8. The question is that Clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Meetings of the members of the Council.
Chairman T.
Mr. Speaker, head note, delete members of the. So it reads meetings of the Council.
Honourable members, moved is for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the amendment is carried. The head note will now read meetings of the council. Now, Chairman will go to the main clause 9. Yes, XSXI.
Subclause.
Subclause 2.
There is an amendment on subclause 1. Who does?
Okay. Yes, subclause 1.
So subclause 1. Subclause 1, line 2. We are deleting the word dispatch and replace it with conduct. Conduct. So the council, it reads, the council shall meet at least 3 times in each academic year for the conduct of business, time and place determined by the chairperson. So just replacing the word dispatch with conduct.
Yeah, motion is for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. Yes, man. Proceed to XXXI.
Subclause 2, lines 1 and 2, delete of the council. So that it reads, the quorum for a meeting of the council is 9 members.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. So we now move to the next proposed amendment. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 9, subclause 3, line 1, delete each and insert a.
That's a straightforward amendment. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Still on clause 9, Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, subclause line 2, delete any of the meetings and insert a meeting. So it reads, the council may co-opt a person to attend and participate in a meeting, but the co-opted person is not entitled to vote at the meeting. So this was also another amendment that at the meeting. So that's line 2. Delete the F.
Yes.
There.
Honorable members, motion moved is for the consideration. I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. There's a further amendment.
Subclause 8.
Yes, please.
Subclause 8, Mr. Speaker. Delete its meetings and insert meetings of the council. That is line 2.
The procedure for its meetings.
Yes, delete its meetings and insert
meetings of the council.
Yes, and insert meetings of the council.
Honorable members, motion moved is for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment? Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, are we at 10?
No, we are at 9.
Okay.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 9, subclause 8, line 2, at the end, delete its meetings and insert meetings of the council. Say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on the whole of clause 9. The question is that Majority Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, just a minor correction. In 9.4.
9.4.
Yes, line 2 we delete the indefinite article. You read matters before shall be decided by consensus or by simple majority, not by a simple majority.
Yes, that's true.
You deleting the second by.
By and
And
Yes, matters shall be decided by consensus or simple majority.
Yes, Chairman, have you noted the proponent? Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to the on the second line.
But you don't agree with the by. The proposed amendment
Okay, so the by should also go. Agreed.
Okay. So I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment by the majority leader say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. I put the question on the whole of clause 9. And the question is that clause 9 as variously amended stands for you. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 as variously amended is to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairman of the committee.
Clause 10, subclauses 1 and 2, delete, and insert the following, as advertised on page 8 of the other paper.
Motion moved is for the consideration of the House. I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, that is the deletion of subclause 1 and 2, and the insertion of what has been captured at page of the other paper, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. We still have one proposed amendment in the name of the chairman to clause 10.
The Speaker, clause 10, subclause 3, line 2, before benefit, delete the and insert any. The Speaker, the rendition will read, without limiting any further course of action, that may be 10.3, without limiting any further course of action, that may be instituted against the member, the Council shall recover any benefit derived by I think, Mr. Speaker, in mind this I have by the head should go to death by the member contravening subsection 1 in addition to the revocation of the appointment of the member. Of that member.
Yeah. So there's a deletion of D in line 2 and insertion of any in line 3. Delete A, insert D. In line 3, delete D and insert that. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Yes.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put a question on clause 10. And the question is that clause 10 as variously amended starts part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Establishment of committees.
Yes, Chairman. XXSVII.
The Speaker, Clause 11, Subclause 2, Line 1. Delete comprise and insert that consists. So we have the rendition reading. A committee that consists entirely of non-members of the Council is advisory only.
Chairman, let me get you again.
2, Subclause 2.
Yes.
Instead of comprise, we are deleting and replacing with that consists.
That consists.
Yes, so a committee that consists entirely of non-members of the Council is advisory only. The Speaker, the same thing appears in Subclause 3.
Let me put the question on the first one. Yes.
Instead of using that consist, we should just import the language of the verb in one, which is consistent. Yes. Consistent. A committee consistent. Yes. Consistent. A committee consistent entirely of non-members of the committee of the council is advisory. Yeah.
Yes. So I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Chairman, you say we should apply the same to subclause 3. So it should read a committee that consists of members. Consisting
of members.
Yeah, so in 3, I think that the first of will have to go. A committee consisting, sorry, that's correct. A committee consisting of members. That's correct.
Yes. Honorable members, those in favor of the proposed amendment to subclause 3, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put a question to the House 11. And the question is that Clause 11 as variously amended starts part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 as variously amended is all to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Allowance.
Yes, Chairman.
There's no advertised amendment on Clause 12.
So I put a question. Okay, there's none on 13 too, so yes, I suspected there will be something, that's why. Is it on Clause 12 or 13?
Speaker,
Majority Leader, yes.
We really ended at Clause 12 yesterday at the window, but I believe we can add 13 and then.
I wanted to add 13, but I was asking
You
whether
can
there
add
will
13,
be some proposed amendments, so I can put the question on 12.
The Speaker, 13, I'll proffer Still amendment, even though there's no amendment.
Okay. Let me put the question. Let me put the question on clause 12.
Yes.
Honorable members. The question is that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Principal officers of the university.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, clause 13.2. What you have here is the principal officer of the university shall, before assuming office, take and subscribe to the official oath as specified in the schedule. The Speaker, in all the others, they take and subscribe to the oath of office and the oath of secrecy. So I believe that is how it should be captured. The oath of office and the oath of secrecy is the only amendment that I want to propose. Those are in the schedule.
Is that the standard?
Mr. Speaker, that's the standard. Unless attention is being drawn to now, we can also pluralize the oaths so that it will be take and subscribe to the official oaths. If you pluralize as specified in the schedule, then perhaps it will cover the two. Right. So either way, it's right. Either the official oaths in plural, or
you only have to make sure that when we get to the schedule, you add an oath to make them oaths.
Absolutely, Mr.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes, Chairman. The proposal is to add S to the oath, so that it will be ascribed to the official oaths as specified in the schedule. But the schedule as we have now, there's only one oath. So you take note so that you add the second one. So I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on the whole of clause 13. And the question is that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 as amended, ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Chancellor of the University.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can end here.
Professor,
we can. Mr. Speaker,
tomorrow we can finish this one.
No, as for tomorrow, we shall finish. We surely finish tomorrow. I don't want us to run into any hurdles. And then we come back. When we did it yesterday, we ran really smoothly. So I believe if maybe we go to say 5 o'clock to continue with the winnow, we can travel far. So tomorrow we can finish.
Are you closing out today?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that even though we are eager to continue, we move faster when we build consensus on the legislation. And so I don't know of that. And so, Mr. Speaker, in your hands so that we can go and start by 5, 7 o'clock we will finish. And what left actually are standard provisions. I said, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. It being just 8 minutes to 4, I put the question. It will be from the sense of the House. I should just present the House, but the writing will have to be done before I do so.
we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the University of Scanning and Entrepreneurial Development Bill 2020 for today. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to Friday, 7th August 2020 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.